So again, welcome to the Windham Southeast School District Board meeting of February 16th, 2021. I'll call the meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. For people that are not familiar with Zoom, I'm sure there are plenty, please remain muted and please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen under I think maybe participants. I'm not sure what it is on your screen, but please use the raise hand feature if you wish to be recognized. If we are bombed, consult the WSESD website for agendas. We will reschedule a meeting as soon as we legally can, if that should happen. There are some
Your video's off, David.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tim. First thing is we have some changes to the agenda. The new business item, a discussion about potentially changing the date of our meeting. We won't be taking that up again probably until July. There are some conflicts that are not easily resolved. So we won't be able to make that change until July. We will have the administrative report from Greg Stoller, the STEP behavior coach, talking about the Panorama program and other aspects of socio-emotional learning. Then we will move immediately to the Social Justice Committee report. There are two time-sensitive recommendations from the Social Justice Committee we need to take up, and then we will move to and spend the rest of the evening and the rest of the meeting talking about the recommendation from the Communications Council, long and short form drafts that they have developed for public dissemination of information about the upcoming ballot items regarding school withdrawal. There will be plenty of time at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to speak or comment will have time, and they'll have as much time as they want. We are on unlimited time with these meetings. And I don't believe that the Communications Council consideration will take an awful long time. There are a few things we need to look at, but most of the work is extremely well done and there's very little to talk about. But this will be an opportunity for everyone to get as much information as is known about the topic at hand. So without wasting any more time, I'd like to first a motion to approve the minutes of February 22nd, 2021, please.
So moved, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. And second, please.
Seconded.
Tim, was that?
Yes.
Thank you, Tim. Moved and seconded to accept the minutes of February 2nd, 2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Next is communications. We have communications from the National Association of Colored People. The Windham County branch of that has made an offer or we actually followed up on an offer from the Rutland County NAACP for an essay contest, and Michaela Sims, our diversity coordinator, is here to talk about that, and I will, when she gives me the word, I will show you an example of the draft flyer that they'll be using.
There's someone with their hand raised. I don't know.
Oh, Rich. Yeah, Rich is from BCTV. What do we need, Rich?
Could you give me permission to record again? I lost it.
Oh, that's a first. There you go.
Thank you.
And I didn't forget to start it, so you're okay.
Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Michaela.
Okay, and I made a few changes already to the flyer.
Oh, we can use yours then if you want.
Okay.
You can.
So it's
you can
the
share.
Windham. Okay, I got permission to share.
Yes.
I hope you don't see all my tabs. I don't want to be judged.
I didn't forget to start it, so you're okay.
Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Michaela.
Okay, and I made a few changes already to the flyer.
Oh, we can use yours then if you want.
Okay.
You can.
So it's
you
the
can share.
Windham. Okay, I got permission to share.
Yes.
I hope you don't see all my tabs. I don't want to be judged. I'm in a meeting. Okay, I'm ready.
It's coming. It's not here yet. There it is. You're muted now,
Okay.
Michaela.
I'm
Okay,
muted now.
great.
I'm muted because my son comes in here. So the idea is it's with the Windham County NAACP, and it's a joint effort between us and them. And the idea is that people would talk about that it will be not just Black History Month, but also Women's History Month. And so it just changed the title to Social Justice Poster and Essay Contest, and that some children of all ages in the district will be able to participate and think of someone, a person of color, who that a woman or other non-binary person who's committed to anti-racism and why and how they inspire them. And so they can make a poster or write an essay, and that's what we're heading towards. And the due date will be the end of March. And this is going to go out as soon as I get a kind of generic email address that we could use to gather all the entries.
Okay, great. And will how will that be disseminated? Will the principals have a network for getting that out, or is the teacher leaders going to be doing that?
I was gonna do that, and then I was gonna ask Andy, the superintendent, to send it out in his
Great.
blast, if that's okay, Andy. So
Great.
that's how the word gets out.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Anything else you wanted to add about that?
I'll just add that the NAACP is gonna offer cash prizes and that we'll offer book prizes.
Great. Books for students. What a great idea.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Michaela. Okay. Next is I'd like to ask Greg Stoller to unmute and join us and share his information about Panorama and the rest of the things that he's going to be including. So Greg, go ahead. Do you need to share the screen?
I do, yes.
Okay, it's you can.
You all good?
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Greg Stoller, and thanks for having me here tonight to talk about Panorama Surveys, our new district's SEL assessment platform and intervention tool. I want to start just by introducing myself, give you some background information. I've had various roles in the district. I've been working in the district now for 19 years. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a licensed school counselor, and a board certified behavior analyst. And prior to working in the district, I spent 7 years as a psychotherapist here in town, specializing treating children and their families. And I also worked in the SU as a consultant, providing consultation around behavior and a variety of different trainings. Hang on, I make this work. In 2002, I was hired full-time by the district to create and run a therapeutic adventure-based counseling program for the special education department's co-op programs. And I ran this for 7 years. And then in 2009, I left that position and moved to Academy School, where I worked with Shelley Wilson to create the program Supportive Teams for Educational Progress, which many people now just refer to as STEP. At that time, Academy School housed a self-contained classroom, which was then called the Autism Program. And we took over that program and significantly changed the model, moving it from a self-contained program to an inclusion program. And our goal at that point was to ensure that students with disabilities were included in the general education environment to the best of their abilities. And then in 2016, I moved from Academy and took on the role of the district behavior coach, which is my current position. As a behavior coach, I offer clinical supervision to our district BCBAs, provide behavioral consultation, work with curriculum and assessment office to deliver instructional coaching to teachers, and provide professional development across the district. As you'll see this evening, I'm also chairing the district's Social Emotional Academic Development Committee and have been the point person for the rollout of Panorama, the assessment tool, which I'm going to talk about with you tonight. But I feel it's important that before I talk about Panorama, I go over a couple of key terms with people so we're all on the same page. Then I want to talk about the rationale for our focus on social emotional learning across the district, and then review the timeline of our district's recent SEL initiatives. So let's just talk about what is social emotional learning. And social emotional learning is the process through which children and adults acquire and effectively apply the knowledge, attitudes, and skills necessary to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. Now, research shows that effective SEL program has a number of components. It has to be evidence-based and reflects an understanding of the process of social and emotional development of students. It's differentiated for all grade levels and developmental levels. It's enhanced by partnering with families in the community, is culturally and linguistically sensitive, and includes the implementation of high-quality teacher training and professional development. It's important for people to know that SEL programming, people can get confused and they think that it's just sort of some curriculum that we can buy, but it's really not. It's much more than that. And I look at it, I see that there's 4 components of effective programming. One is what most people would think of as freestanding lessons with step-by-step instructions to teach SEL competencies, but also it includes general teaching practices that are designed to support SEL. The integration of SEL skill instruction is part of a broader academic curriculum, and the establishment of school-wide organization structures and policies, as well as leadership to systemically support SEL. Now, social emotional learning is not new, and across the district, I'm going to show you there's been some great examples of exemplary SEL programming going on. But in the past few years across the country, there continues to be an increased focus on teaching SEL skills in school. And many educators are viewing SEL skills as the missing piece in supporting school success for all students. Research shows a direct link between those students who rate high in the SEL skill set and those who succeed in school. But what's most important is that research also shows that SEL skills can be taught. So as I said, the SU has had a long commitment to teaching SEL, and here's an incomplete list of some of the program that's currently going on. Trauma-informed practices, Second Step, which is an SEL curriculum, PBIS, which is positive behavior intervention and supports. We have diversity and equity education, restorative practices, responsive classroom, growth mindset, zones of regulation, mindfulness training, STEP services, developmental design, and plus many others. So as I said, it's not new to us, but as I go on tonight, you'll see why what we're trying to do here is a little different than just talk about programming. So what I want to do now is I want to shift gears and just talk about the timeline of the events that have led the district to where we are today. And for me, it started in the spring of 2019 when I did a presentation to the leadership team on social emotional learning across the district. And at that time, we reviewed what was going on. And the meeting ended with the leadership agreeing to work toward the following goals, which was basically to create a unified philosophy and SEL framework, to develop that with a direct intent to consolidate our resources, direct and coordinate SEL professional development, regularly assess students on their social emotional skills, ensure that our SEL efforts are effective in addressing whatever our established goals are, and to collect individual student SEL data in order to target interventions and evaluate our efforts. We discussed a path forward and a plan for next steps. And one of the most important things that I talked about was that research shows that most SEL initiatives really start off strong, but they tend to fail. And with this information, the team agreed to utilize CASEL, which is the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, as our implementation guide. CASEL is the nationwide leader in providing SEL resources and guidance to schools and policymakers. And if you hadn't have a chance to look at their website and their online presence, I highly recommend that you do. We ended that meeting with agreeing to the creation of a social emotional academic development committee. Now, before I move on, I want to just make a quick point about why we decided to use the term social emotional academic development versus the word social emotional learning. And social emotional learning, or SEL, is so much easier to say than SEAD, and SEL just rolls right off the tongue. And it's definitely a more widely accepted term across the country and what people are doing. But as a district, hang on here. We wanted to demonstrate to our schools and our community that we believe that social emotional learning and success in academics are inextricably linked, and that using the term SEAD would best represent that. So in the fall of 2019, we started the SEAD committee, and we started to meet monthly. And we took one representative from each school. Of our 9 schools, we had 9 school counselors and myself, and we met monthly to focus on the following goals. The first goal was to ensure that our committee members all had a level of knowledge and expertise about SEAD and to provide any training that we might need. And the progress that we made was that this was not really a heavy lift for our committee members, as all of our school counselors came to our meetings with a wealth of knowledge and expertise. And as you'll see, we used our meetings to explore many aspects of SEAD and to further all of our knowledge base. While we had school counselors coming, we did not necessarily decide that, boy, the school counselors should be the SEAD leaders in the schools. So we really wanted to think about who was going to be that person that acted as a liaison between the committee and each school staff. And after deliberation and looking at our school counselors, we all agreed that this should in fact be the school counselor. We also referred to the CASEL guidelines with the knowledge that our goal over time would be to expand our committee membership to include representative teachers, administrators, and community members. Our third goal was to explore the possible ethical issues of SEAD implementation in the school. And this might not seem important to people, but this is a big topic when you think about SEL, and we had 2 questions we wanted to ask. One was, do schools need explicit permission from parents or guardians to engage in SEAD assessments with their children? We researched this question and determined that yes, in fact, parents and guardians need to be notified about SEAD assessments and given the opportunity to opt their students out of any assessments that we do. The second question was, are there any other ethical issues surrounding the use of SEAD instruction? And we determined that also, yes, there are potential minefields and issues when people are using unstructured or unresearched programs or interventions for addressing SEL. And so that really pointed to that we really need to be sure that whatever we did had a very high level of research backing and validity backing. Our fourth goal was to conduct a survey of our district-wide SEAD efforts. I went over a few of them with you, but what we wanted to do was develop an inventory of the existing SEAD programming that we use in all of the schools. And we did complete that. We reached that goal and were able to document the many efforts that are going on across the district. So through this process, we began to identify resources that we needed in order to maximize the impact of our interventions. And we determined that while we didn't start out with this idea, we determined that effective district-wide SEAD interventions, that if we wanted to really do that, we had to find a SEAD learning framework that we could use as an entire district, which led us to goal number 5, which is reviewing SEAD frameworks. And we spent quite a lot of time reviewing multiple SEAD frameworks. And we determined that by the end, we recommended that we as a district adopt the framework promoted by CASEL, which I referenced earlier. And it had everything that we were looking for. And here's an image of the CASEL framework. Just briefly, there's a lot to it, but briefly in the center are the 5 social emotional learning competencies that they outline. And what makes their framework unique, and which we like the most about it, is that anything we do, as you see the outer line circles around it, that anything we do has to be embedded in the classrooms, in the schools, and also out in people's homes and in their communities. And in the bottom is what supports all of what we do, which is we need SEL curriculum instruction, school-wide practices and policies, and family and community partnerships. So our last goal, which we're going to talk about here tonight, was that we wanted to research SCAD assessment tools and screening tools. We were fortunate that the district had recently begun using the online platform FastBridge as one of its assessment and progress monitoring tools. And included in this tool was a screener called Sabres, which was an SEL screener. And in the fall of 2019, Green Street, at our request, piloted the use of Sabres. And over the course of the year, we were able to see the limitations and also the good things about Sabres, and learned a lot about what we were looking for in an assessment tool. Also, we spent a lot of time looking through the extensive list of assessment tools that's provided by the RAND Corporation, and we had the opportunity to meet with a lot of sales representatives that sell assessment tools to schools. After our research, we determined that if we were going to effectively address the needs of the district, we'd require an assessment tool that had the following qualities. It had to be research-based. It had to be focused on assessing positive skills versus deficits. And this was something that we found with Sabres, and that Sabres was is a assessment tool that focuses on deficits. And none of us liked that, and we didn't think it was very helpful in trying to drive intervention. We wanted one that we could align with whatever framework we decided to choose, one that could be used from pre-K to 12, one that had a history of effective and extensive use, one that we could integrate into our other assessment tools, such as FastBridge, Educator's Handbook, PowerSchool, etc. One that had a focus on equity and equality, one that we could show our data using graphs for easy understanding, one that we could personalize the assessment so we weren't stuck into whatever the company said we had to use, something that was a reasonable cost, considering that we were looking at this as a pilot. We didn't want to invest a huge amount of money for something that we weren't sure if we really liked. And we wanted something that had excellent customer service because it's an online platform that uses the internet and all those other things. We wanted people that would get back to us if we had any issues. And we wanted one, considering what happened in the spring, something, a program that was poised to address issues of SEAD during distance learning. And that's why we recommended to the leadership team that we use Panorama. So what is Panorama? It's a suite of web-based survey tools focused on gathering data about social, emotional, academic development. It was created by a team of former educators, researchers, education professionals, and software designers. It's currently being used in over 11,500 schools with over 10 million students. And most importantly, all Panorama surveys have strong reliability and validity studies that support their efficacy. And here's a link if people want to take a look at some of their research. So I'm going to show you a short video from Panorama, and I hope this works. If for some reason you can't see it, please someone give me a shout. Let's see. Is everyone seeing an introduction to Panorama survey video?
Just the link so far. Try clicking on it again.
So you still see just the PowerPoint?
Yes, with the link to the video.
Nope. Still not seeing it? David, you're not seeing it?
No, it's not. It hasn't come up yet.
Okay, well, I think we might just want to skip it. And I can refer people to the website for more information. I apologize about that. I had trouble embedding it into the video.
I think if you just shared your screen again with the video on it, you would be able to see it.
That's probably true. It just seems like I'm gonna, well, let's see. People see it now?
Not yet.
Did you click your screen share and then restart? Because we didn't see it click off. Like press the screen share green button, click off it, and then re-screen share just the video. Yep,
Okay.
that may work.
You're back.
It will work. Thank you very much.
We'll see.
It's gonna work. We good?
Oh, yeah.
We're good.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy from Panorama, and I'm excited to share more about Panorama surveys with you today. Panorama helps schools and districts capture the voice of their students, families, teachers, and staff through research-backed surveys that help guide improvement in schools. Research shows that topics like school climate, engagement, relationships, and school safety are critical levers for promoting student and school-wide success. With Panorama, you'll have access to valid surveys that collect feedback on a variety of these key topics. And it's easy to customize Panorama's measures to meet your school or district's needs. Surveys can be completed online using mobile devices or on paper and only take 10 to 15 minutes to complete. You can easily monitor response rates and promote participation throughout your survey process. What's more, Panorama comes loaded with hundreds of classroom and school-level strategies in Playbook. These resources are aligned to the very topics on your surveys and are created by teachers and school leaders across the Panorama community, as well as expert content partners like Teaching Tolerance, to help you drive lasting improvements using your survey results. Best of all, our team is always here to help with professional development, training, and support. That's why Panorama is trusted to collect feedback for thousands of schools and districts across the country.
All right. Can you see are we back to the
Yeah,
PowerPoint?
you are back.
Great.
And thank you, Emily.
Yes, thank you very much. So what I want to do now is I want to just go over a couple of sample of some of the assessment topics that are available for students. Some of the things that we can do surveys on are academic and student engagement, the students' perception of their own health and safety, the perception of their own relationships.
Hey, Greg, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't see the PowerPoint presentation. I'm only seeing, I'm seeing you, but I'm not seeing the presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, I just got to go back to the screen share, I guess, and change what I'm sharing. Thank you. Now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So these are some of the topics that are available for students. Students can be surveyed about their level of academic and social engagement, their health and safety, the quality of their relationships, their sense of their school class climate, and how they view their own social emotional competencies. And because of the ability to make our own surveys, we can actually do surveys on anything we like. For families, there's a whole other suite of surveys that are available, and these are just some of the topics. We can survey families on their students or their own family needs. They can rate the quality of their family school communication. They can rate how they see their own students' engagement with school. They can talk about how they feel about their school and their home in regard to health and safety. Again, we can just personalize any survey we like. For staff, we can have teachers and staff members rate each individual student's SEL skills or competencies. We can rate how teachers see students' level of engagement. Staff can also rate how they feel about staff school communication, their own sense of their school's health and safety, and again, and their own SEL needs, which is unique to Panorama. So we can actually ask staff members about their own SEL needs and competencies. And again, we can personalize them for whatever we like. Additionally, Panorama also has specialized topics on equity and inclusion surveys for students, staff, and families. And it also, as I told you earlier, it has a special focus on remote and hybrid learning. Other important features that we loved about Panorama is that its accessibility features and that it can be used with e-readers. It has integrated voice-to-text capability. At a push of a button, you can translate it into 8 different languages. And while it is an online program, we can also just use pencil and paper. We're not wedded to that. So that's the tool itself, but that is really not the power of it. The power of Panorama is once we get to see the survey results. When survey results are done, they're available to teams in an online platform that can be displayed as raw data or as in user-friendly graphs. The data can be aggregated from the granular to the global, meaning that we can look at individual students, we can look at classrooms, we can look at specific schools, and we can look at the entire district. And in order to maintain confidentiality, we can determine people's access to the data by their role in the district. So some of the ways we can use our survey results, and this is the hope of using Panorama, is that we can pinpoint areas of concern. We can create targeted interventions for individual students and or families. If the data warrants it, we can also create targeted interventions for entire classrooms and even maybe in some cases for entire schools. And one of the best features of Panorama is that we can compare results across the district by school or by grade level, and then we can allocate resources where they're needed. And because Panorama is used all over the country, we can compare our district results with the Panorama community and see how our data compares to other schools with similar demographics. And what I feel is most important is that we can track results over time, meaning that we can take baseline measures, provide intervention, and then do follow-up assessments in order to evaluate the effectiveness of our interventions. And when we speak about interventions, another one of Panorama's features is the playbook. And this is how we moved from data to action. And the playbook is an online professional learning library that equips teachers and school leaders with research-backed instruction and evidence-based SEL interventions for fostering a positive school climate and embedding SEL in K-12 classrooms. There's literally hundreds of easy-to-use SEL interventions, classroom activities, and professional development resources from leading curricula that all teachers have free access to. The resources target specific topics, including sense of belonging, emotional regulation, teacher-student relationships, cultural awareness, and adult SEL. We can also use the playbook. When we use it, staff are able to filter interventions by curriculum provider or topic. They can bookmark individual interventions to create a personal library for themselves of strategies and activities that they can access whenever they want to. And unique to Panorama, all educators who use Panorama, I mean all of them across the country, can add their own ideas and interventions to the playbook, which then can be shared across the country with all the rest of the Panorama partners. In order to provide the playbook, Panorama has partnered with many of the leaders in SEL education. And while the playbook is not intended to be a replacement for a district-wide curriculum, it allows staff access to a variety of interventions from some of the leading names in the field. Some of the activities found in the playbook are from Second Step, Open Circle, Diversity Talks, 7 Mindsets, Teaching Tolerance, Breathe for Change, Transforming Education, Move This World, Inspire Ed, Playworks, Edumotion, Conscious Discipline, Read to Lead, Character Strong, plus there's actually many, many more. So where are we now? We are in the midst of our first survey, which we are calling the Winter Benchmark Survey for SEL. And this survey is a teacher perception of students survey, where teachers answer 11 questions focused on the teacher's perceptions of their own students' SEAD competencies. And we're in the midst of this, hoping to have it finished by this Friday. But we're probably going to extend the window until February 28th to ensure that every teacher gets enough time to finish the surveys. Our planning for the spring, for next surveys, we want to do, I'd like to do 3 more assessments by the end of the year. I'd like to be able to do a student survey, also do an anonymous family survey, and as well do a possible staff survey. And the SEAD committee, the leadership team, and curriculum and assessment office will be working over the next few weeks to determine the content of those surveys and what really we want to find out about. So the goals for next year, we want to continue the work of the SEAD committee, provide professional development opportunities to all staff as we work to integrate a district-wide SEAD framework into our curriculum. We want our surveys to become part of the overall assessment package. We want to train staff to regularly review SEAD data as part of our educational support team process. And we want to have a schedule of Panorama surveys set into the school counselor. So in conclusion, Despite the pandemic and the unique circumstances that we find ourselves in, the district more than ever is embracing the need for the alignment of our efforts to support our students' social emotional learning. And I want to make clear that I don't see Panorama as a panacea, but it is a way for us to begin to collect reliable and valid data on our community's social and emotional needs. Having this data is going to put us in a position to better allocate resources, assess our current programming, guide us in making programmatic shifts, and most importantly, raise the level of student success across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. It was really comprehensive, and I think it's the first sense I've had of where we are in the process, never mind what the process actually is. And I can already see there's going to be challenges finding adequate time for professional development, but that's part of what we're all trying to figure out. The board's been pretty careful to make it clear that we absolutely support having Wednesdays be professional development days pretty much in perpetuity, given all the things that we're asking you to do. Any questions from the board or comments or inquiries? That was pretty comprehensive. Emily?
Thanks, Greg. I had a few just clarifying questions. Paul Smith had actually shared that Panorama was going to be in use this spring when he was talking to the equity committee. And I guess I wondered when you said, because I knew that the staff was going to be getting this kind of survey, but you had said 11 questions. Does that mean 11 questions for the entire class or 11 questions for each student that the teacher engages with so that it could be disaggregated?
It's for each student.
Okay. And how does that work in the upper grades? Is it just like staff have a ton of students that they have to, because I mean, they would be seeing so many more students than a third grade.
Yes, we're not actually doing this for this particular survey in the high school right now. Curriculum and assessment has been working with the high school determining what we're going to be using, what surveys we're going to use with them. We're using this up K through 8.
Okay. And I just wrote down one other question, which was, will this eventually replace the school climate survey, or will staff be doing both?
Well, I feel like that decision has to be made by, people at a higher pay grade than me. And quite frankly, we haven't even got our first results yet. I'm excited to see them. I think whatever we do, to be able to have all of our data in one place that we can all access at the touch of a button will make things much easier for us as a district, in a place where we can store it over time in a very organized fashion. So if it's not Panorama, it could be something else, but I think we really need to move toward that if we really want to be able to follow students pre-K through 12 and be able to show a progression of change and document our interventions and see if they've been effective.
Awesome. Thanks so much for this presentation.
Sure.
Thanks, Emily. Jamie? We're not hearing you,
Can
Jamie.
you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. My question, this is Jamie Comtois in Putney. At the Putney Central School Leadership Council, we were talking about how, what mechanisms or tools we had for surveys. So would this data just be for administrators and educators?
Well, that's really determined by the school, how they want to use the data. My vision is that for this particular survey, when we're talking about students' SEL competencies, it will hopefully drive intervention, where in the past we might be able to say, well, a student might be having a difficulty in a certain area. We'll now be able to pinpoint which students might benefit from a certain type of group intervention or individual intervention. We'll be able to then do a follow-up survey and see if things have changed. So that's really going to be up to the school. It's all part of student record, so it's not for public knowledge. Parents, of course, would have access to any surveys that their students are a part of.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Greg, can you say a little bit about how this would intersect with MTSS and also restorative justice. I know they're all different things, but it seems like they're all pretty important separate initiatives.
Well, I think it dovetails perfectly with MTSS, because the idea of MTSS is that we're able to have multiple tiers of support for students across the board and be able to morph back and forth. If a kid needs tier 1 for or a lower level of intervention for one thing, but a higher level for something else, they'll be able to go between those different kinds of services. I think it's just going to give us more information and real data versus, again, like I said, a lot of what we spend most of our time looking at now is behavioral data from write-ups and looking at anecdotal stories. And again, those all, for me, are all focused on what I would, I use the word negative behaviors. They're more of what we call externalizing behaviors. And I want to focus on positives and on skill building. And I think that's the beauty of this focus versus looking at behavioral write-ups and problems. I don't know if I answered the question.
You absolutely did. Yeah, just restorative justice, though, is another that seems to be a social and emotional learning program.
Yes, I'm hesitant to speak about that because that's not really my area of expertise.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would hope to, when we start using this at the high school especially, where I know they have a pretty robust restorative practices program there. I know we do it across the elementary as well. Hope to see how we can integrate it. Like I said, we can create any survey we want. We can customize it however we want to get particular information that we want. The downside of that is that we cannot, the reliability and the validity is gone because we have nothing to compare it to in regard to, who made the survey. But we definitely have a lot of freedom to look at anything we want to look at.
Any other questions from the board or any member of the public for Greg? We've got him here now, and our agendas tend to be full, so we're going to want you back for sure, but it will be a little while.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, certainly. Please raise your hand. Just a reminder to everyone, raise your hand so I know that you want to talk. Please. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm impulsive. So this, just to clarify, this is a screening program for social, emotional, academic development, it sounds like, not an intervention, Greg?
Well, with the playbook, there are pieces of intervention in there. And like I said in the presentation, the playbook is not a full curriculum for social emotional learning. And we as a district might decide at some point that we want to adopt some sort of curriculum. The committee has been very hesitant to do that because we know how initiative fatigue sets in on teachers, and especially during what we've been dealing with this year, it seemed a little over the top to even consider bringing a new initiative. I think Panorama has been the reason why we are so late in the process, is that we've been very sensitive to the needs of our staff and our community. But I think the goal of the committee, if we're looking to align our efforts, would be looking forward to what sort of curriculum we might want to have, or which ones we value as useful. What I have found, and that I think you'd find this if you spoke to the school counselors, is that no one program gives us everything we want. And what I liked about Panorama, it gives you a taste of a lot of different ones, and it may lead teachers and administrators to researching some of those programs and seeing what might fit best for them. And if we really want to stick with the long-term goal of having a unified program, which I think is going to take some time because we all have different, every school is different and we all have history of what we do. That might be something down the line, but I don't think we're ready for that as a district right now. And as I said earlier, there's a lot of programming going on. And I think if we can start to effectively assess it, determine what's really working, we might find ourselves being steered in a direction that we might not even be thinking of right now.
Constant learning. Thank you, Greg. Any other questions? Well, again, I hope we'll see you again before too long, and good luck. And hopefully things will moderate somewhat and you'll be able to make better progress. Thank
Well, I think I feel very confident that once people see the results of this first survey and the platform that it comes on, it will be motivating for everyone to be really thinking about how we can best use this program.
Great.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you. So next, I'm going to ask Thomas Nolan to give us a report on the recommendation from the members of the Social Justice Committee around having a diverse group of student volunteers on the BAMS and BUHS screening and hiring committees, and recommend a comprehensive narrative around our ongoing social justice and anti-racist commitment on all the recruitment documents. Both of these related to our commitment to the ongoing social justice and anti-racist commitment, and especially the point in the commitment of attracting a diverse group of qualified candidates for employment this year. A huge effort to make progress in that area. So Thomas, I see you're already unmuted. Take it away.
Well, David, I think you kind of summed it up better than I could. You
Oh, your fire, huh?
You pretty much had the, I mean, you were obviously in the meeting, you hit on all the important points. So at the last Social Justice Committee meeting, we talked about several things, including our ongoing decision to do some training, short-term one, and then a more long-term, in-depth one that will happen once we can meet in person. So that was part of what we discussed. The other two parts that we talked about were adding language to any advertising, particularly with hiring that we do, that mentions the commitment we made back in July, hopefully with a link to the commitment. We thought that that was a good idea to let people know not just what we believe, but that maybe we're looking for people who are concerned with that as well. To put that out there, because people who don't know the area, who don't know the district, you know, it clears up any misconceptions that people who don't know us might have. That's what we thought. So I don't know how we would handle this discussion with what other people on the board and the community think about adding something like that. I support it. The committee supported it, but we wanted to see if people were behind that. And the other item that we had, like David mentioned, was it was suggested that we involve having students in the screening process for hiring for BAMS and BUHS. We thought that was a good idea. To me, it doesn't specifically touch on social justice as much as some of our other stuff does, but in general, I support it as a good idea. Again, I don't know how you want to handle that in the meeting, but I thought it might be a good thing to have a discussion about and see if we should go forward with it.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, with that one in particular, we wanted to hear from the administrators who would be, obviously we're asking to change their practices. I think one of the things that this came from the successful inclusion of students in all aspects, including reviewing applications of the superintendent hiring process, and also the focus recently on civics, and the focus of the whole district on identifying historical practices that can have a discriminating effect or tend to promote exclusivity or anyway, enough of that.
Just in case we forget, later, there was an additional point I wanted to bring up from our meeting.
Yeah.
In case we forget it, regarding Sean's discussion of the idea of adding specifically a course on African-American history to the high school. And we didn't know exactly what is already covered, what that might overlap with other classes, but we thought it was a good idea to explore to see what's needed, what's already covered, or what that sort of idea could add. So I wanted to make sure we brought that up as well.
Thank you, Thomas.
Part of our discussion.
So what we want to do is start the conversation and see what we could look at for next steps and how the board might help or support it, or what the administrators might need. So I see several hands up. I'm going to take them in the order they appeared. So Andy, go ahead, and then Kelly, and then Sean Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think that it would be helpful, Thomas, if we talked to, so the design of the hiring practices is something that tends to fall under the superintendent's purview in that aspect. And this is certainly something we will take under advisement. It's important that we make sure that this information is present in our conversations. And that's something that the hiring group, while we've met once and are still trying to nail down a date, it's kind of an indication of how busy the multiple groups are. That's a topic that's come up in terms of our hiring practices. I'd encourage conversation as well with Steve and Keith in terms of how students are used in the hiring process. A lot of the times interviews are held during the course of the school day. We want to make sure we're also maintaining students, their academic viability as well, and not putting students in situations where they may be meeting too much class. But I would encourage Steve and Keith to share how they've used students and how they would foresee using students in that process.
That was kind of the idea. We discussed it in the meeting and we said, well, let's just bring it up in the board meeting while we have administrators there and get ideas instead of having a separate meeting for that. Just talk
We
about
might want to invite the administrators. I'm sorry, we might want to invite the administrators to come to the next committee meeting, and we can go, talk about it. Great, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I think it's certainly an interesting idea to include students in interviews and that sort of thing. And I do recall that, of course, we did have some from when we did the superintendent search. But what came to mind when I first heard that was a concern that that students not be privy to personal information about the teacher that might be, or the applicant that might be a little sensitive or whatnot. So that was my only concern about that, is just making sure there's kind of a some sort of a boundary there of accessibility.
Right. Thank you. These are all things I'm sure would come up in the conversation. Thank you, Kelly. Sean, and then Steve Perrin.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, after that meeting, I did email Steve Perrin, the principal of the high school, and he made a very nice response. And I think it's important to realize that when somebody comes up with an idea and floats it, that is all it is, an idea that may have merit. But if it has any kind of if it disrupts what's already been established in a learning environment, I think it's very good to do it in a way that is totally collaborative and make sure that it's something that really fits in with a program that's already been established and thought about and implemented. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Steve.
Hi, good evening, everybody. A couple of quick notes. When we do our hiring, we do involve students pretty routinely in some capacity. When we hire administrators, assistant principals, we always have focus groups that have, we have 3 focus groups, usually 3 or 4, a group of teachers, a group of students, and a group of parents that ask questions. And so that's a process we followed, every time we've hired an administrator or department head. The other area is coaches. When we hire coaches, we often try to make sure that we get either a senior who's graduating who can speak to that specific sport, or in some cases, we try to get younger players to kind of give their insights as well. And, it is, as Kelly pointed out, it is kind of dicey because we've had occasions where we've had some information leak out a year after somebody's hired, to the effect that they weren't the first choice of a committee. And then that's kind of damaging to that teacher. So that's one concern that we have. Our biggest bang for our buck with students, though, is when we, pre-COVID and post-COVID, when we do our interviews, the last part of the interview process is that all teachers teach a sample lesson in a classroom. And what we do is we have them coordinate with the teacher whose room it is. For example, Algebra 2. They'll come in, they'll teach a lesson that will last about 50 or 60 minutes. Then we excuse the teacher and then we talk to the kids. And we ask them to kind of rate the teacher. We ask them about their affect. We ask them about their content. We ask them how well they answered questions. And so we do gather input in that regard. I'd love to have the conversation with the committee. I'd like to talk more about it. You know, we do involve students whenever we can in that process, but being careful that we have to continue to walk that line between a potential employee's confidentiality and the needs to make sure we're hiring the best possible people for the jobs. So thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any other questions? About any of the recommendations from the Social Justice Committee? I'm seeing none. So we will move on to our next topic.
Well, sorry, David. Do
Oh,
you
go
mind
ahead, Thomas.
if the part regarding adding the language about the commitment we made, the social justice anti-racist commitment. The idea was if this was approved, we would, start the process of doing that. Should we table this for another meeting to make an actual motion or let people think about it? Or I was thinking we would discuss it and say yes or no, go forward with it.
Yeah, I think we know that that there is a recruitment committee in place working with the Human Resources Director. So and certainly they're working on language for that. So I guess the question would be how do we proceed from here? So maybe the best thing would be to invite someone from that committee or the director or Andy, or get some advice from Andy about how to proceed to sort of articulate what it is that we're thinking, and then see how we can put that together.
So maybe we'll invite some more people from administration to the next meeting to discuss this. And I'd like to also discuss the classes that we were talking about, just few thoughts. So guys, Steve and everyone else, Andy, you might get some invitations on that. We'll go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas. Okay, we are an hour into our meeting. I'm going to propose that we take a 5-minute break, and then we will take up the Communications Council's recommendations for informational flyers. And that will be the agenda for the rest of the evening. So we'll go quiet for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 6:04. Welcome back. I'm trying to figure out how to get my view back and my video on again. And I've accomplished that. So let me.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Just a minute, please, Sean. I'm having technical difficulties. I'm also admitting people. Okay, go ahead, Sean. Point of order.
Yes, thank you. At the beginning of the meeting, you said that there'd be some changes to the agenda, which I listened to. However, I did not understand that the whole agenda was going to be foregone for what you perceived as what the rest of the meeting will be. As an example, the fiscal report, which also, and then in addition to that, all the committee reports. The Finance Committee met on the 11th. So I had a report from the Finance Committee, and all of a sudden, I know Frank had some information that he had gathered, and was, because I knew that from the Finance meeting, and he was going to present it. So is all that now off the table? And
yes,
if it is, let me finish. If it is, is there any input by anybody on this board except by the chair in order to do this process?
Because of the amount of concern, consideration, and requests for information about the articles on the town warnings, my judgment was that we need to take that up. It is urgent. There's nothing else that has to be done immediately that's as important. And so that was why I decided to do that. And that is a decision of process And under Robert's rules, if you wish to appeal a process or what's it called, procedural decision of the chair, you can move to appeal the decision. It needs to be seconded. The chair gets to speak first and last. And then there's a vote, and the majority has to vote to override the chair. My feeling is that we need to get this work done. It's going to take a lot of time, and it's much more pressing, much more time sensitive, since as has been pointed out several times, people are already voting, and many people are concerned with having the information that our communications council spent. I can't even guess the number of hundreds of hours over the last 2 weeks developing, and we owe it to them to give it a proper hearing and to get that information out as soon as possible. So my perspective is that that was the proper judgment. If you wish to make a motion to appeal the decision of the chair, you may. Otherwise, we'll proceed with the topic.
Am I recognized again?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine with me. I agree with you. This next item is of utter importance. But I would not make an objection to what is done as long as some financial aspect of the process is included. And I know the Communication Council has already done that. So if there is enough of an opening by the other committees having met, and actually the CFO will have a chance for input in the next process that will go forward. And then I have no objection.
That urgency is part of why I wanted to take this up. And what gets included in the conversation depends entirely on the board during the conversation. I'm not going to make a judgment or decision about that. That's not the responsibility of the chair. I can't imagine that money's not going to come up. So with no further objection, we'll proceed. Okay. So I'd like to start. I'm going to start with a brief statement that was actually the words of another board member who wrote to me this week, who articulated the process that brought us here much more effectively than I can. And then I'll go over the process that we'll use in discussing the flyers. So for more than 5 years now, our communities have suffered from confusion, inaccuracy, opinions stated as fact, manipulation, and lots of fear mongering around Act 46. It has been painfully divisive. Sorry, I had to admit somebody. The WSESD board is making efforts to inform the public through the Communications Council, and this topic has been discussed in a number of board meetings within the last few months. Minutes or review of the video will confirm my recollection of this. The issue has not come out of thin air or pulled out of a magic hat. Part of the aforementioned discussion was a vote of the WSESD board members as to whether we should attempt to include on our warning the articles for the ballot, and or if we did have standing to do so. If we did not, we would ask the respective select boards of each town to include it on their warning of articles. As you know, I'm sure you all know, each of the towns has chosen to do so. It's important to be clear that the WSESD board did not attempt to make a decision on whether the current merged board district should be dissolved. Most board members advocated and voted that the voters be given the opportunity to make such a decision. Knowing that there was such overwhelming opposition from each town when the merger was voted by the communities, it would have been a matter of forsaking our responsibility and accountability to the voters, the taxpayers, the students, and the parents, and the entire community. We were voted to the position of WSESD school directors to represent the interests of the voters, the taxpayers, students, parents. We were not attempting to make a decision on such an important issue, but willingly and appropriately relinquished it to the voters. So that is how we got here. Yeah. So in response to a clear recognition of our responsibility to provide information to our communities regarding the consequences of withdrawal from our unified school district. We tasked our Communications Council with developing draft flyers for broad distribution. Michelle Green, Robin Morgan, Ruby McAdoo, and Jamie Kaunta undertook this task and have presented 2 draft informational flyers, a long form and a short form, for our consideration. Our duty tonight is to review these drafts and determine what we are certain is true. As a regulated entity of the state of Vermont, materials we prevent, and I quote here from the statute, shall be limited to those that are reasonably designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. The term reasonably is subjective and imprecise. So I will ask that we tighten our focus and approve items which we are certain to be true. I will ask, is it true? Are we certain? Many times this evening. This is what we will be voting on. If we stick with what we know and resist the temptation to push for an interpretation that promotes what we might prefer, if we avoid that, this will be a smooth and rewarding process. Our process tonight will draw from the familiar precedent established in statute for the 706B study committees. The board will review the information and make adjustments as needed. When the review process is finished, we will hear from the public. We will hear from the public as long as they wish to question and comment. After the public has spoken, the board will vote whether to approve the flyers for public distribution. The drafts are conveniently organized in sections. We will examine the documents line by line. I will ask for objections. If there are objections, they will be heard and considered for a reasonable amount of time, 4 or 5 minutes, and I will ask if we are ready to vote and move on to the next item. If not, we will continue discussing for a few more minutes, and I'll ask if there are any more questions. If not, I will call on each member to vote on the question. 6 or more members vote in the affirmative, the item will remain in the document. When we have completed review of both documents, we will open the floor to public comments and questions exclusively on the documents. When all have been heard, we will vote on whether to direct the administration and Communications Council to distribute the flyers. We can also determine whether we believe these documents are adequate or if we want to provide a presence at town informational meetings or explore in the legality of an informational meeting of our own. After that vote, we will hear public comment on non-agenda items. Questions or comments on the process will be in order under this item. We have been working well together as a board for several intense, anxious months, so I see no need for ground rules. As our agenda this evening clearly demonstrates, we are contributing to the growth of an equitable, effective, efficient, and just school system, despite a global pandemic. We all share the same values and the same goals, and we are used to talking with each other. So I am confident our process will be civil at all times. So I'm going to share the 2-page there are 2 documents. One is 2 pages, one is 6. Each of them represent about 12, probably more than 12 pages of information that the Communications Council miraculously compiled into readable and accessible documents. And so I will put the, let's see, the first, do the short form. Just a minute, please.
I was just going to recommend that every single piece of information on the short form was taken from the long form. There's nothing worded differently. So if we wanted, I mean, we could still review it to see if anyone thinks information should be on that, but it is all on the long form too. So I don't know if you'd want to start with that first.
I wanted to start with the short form because it contains most of the basic issues.
That's fine.
It's also an easier place to begin.
Fine.
Okay. So here is the short form. And is that visible on everyone's screen? Some head nodding from the board, please. I'm now unable to see the participants, so I'm going to have to work that out.
I can see.
We can see it. We can also see the rest of your PowerPoint page, so it's not blown up.
Okay, let me see if I can
If you did full screen and then also didn't.
And is that more appropriate?
I think you'll have.
So are we able to read that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is the first page of the two. I think that this side, the ballot questions, this basically lays out the articles. This is all accurate. And if a town votes no on A, they'll remain part of the SD. If they're not, they will prohibit other, or on B, it's prohibiting other towns. And then well, this basically lays out, this is pretty straightforward boilerplate. So the information we need to look at is in this section. The first part is finances and benefit. We'll go item by item. Each school and the WSESD develops its own budget, which is subject to approval by the board before a presentation to the voters at an annual meeting. Any objection? You'll have to unmute and object verbally because I can't see your flags. Creation of the WSESD has resulted in an administrative savings of about $50,000 due to reduced expenses related to the audit costs of fewer individual budgets.
Hey, David,
Yes.
that amount is probably closer to 150. And I would defer to Frank on that because we were also able to reduce one staff position at central office in our business department. This is Andy, by the way.
Yeah, okay. And just a reminder, we're working, when I said the 706B study committee process, the board is going to be doing this work. We won't be taking public comment until this is finished. Okay, so we need to adjust that.
I have council members taking notes actively, changing things in the document.
Oh, that's fine. I'm changing my hard copy, and this is what we'll work from.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate that.
So number 3, if a town withdraws, each school district would develop their own budget, which would require approval of the school board and voters in that school district. Any objection? If a town withdraws, they will be responsible for all relevant costs incurred in their redistricting process, including but not limited to election expenses for a transitional board and a new budget, administrative expenses and fees, and repayment agreed on by all communities for costs associated with debts, investments, and tuitions. Any objections?
I would like to say something, but it's actually on the previous one, if I could.
Are you objecting to it, Tom? Sean?
Well,
we're not going to discuss them unless we're not going to discuss them unless there's an objection.
Yes,
Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
yes, I object on if the town withdraws, each school district would develop their own budget, which would require approval by the school board and the voters in that school district.
You object to that?
That does not take into consideration the central office being a pretty important piece of developing a budget. So I don't understand. The schools develop their own budget, but they do it in collaboration with the chief financial officer.
I would encourage you, later in the documents, the function of the SU and the central office, and I think all of that is pretty well explicated. This is simply a statement of fact. It's not meant to be inclusive of everything.
Can I share something, please?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. The long document is pretty detailed. This is the short document, and we understand that there's many people in our community who aren't part of the school system, or they have no idea how operations work. And so we wanted to give them some very solid, concise bits of information without making it complicated or over their head, because then people phase out and they stop reading. And so this was really meant to be, how can we reach people, and think about barriers. Maybe English is your second language and you have all these words. And so we just really wanted to create the most simple information, but still hit on all the key factors. And then the next document is more elaborate. We were really thinking about, not everybody knows, all the depths of how the school runs and the SU and the SD, and it's very confusing. So this paper was just meant to be the overview, short version that hopefully everybody will read. And then those types of details, I hope we touched on, but we're happy to edit when it's appropriate. But just so you understand why it might be oversimplified, that was the goal, was to keep it simple and concise.
Well, I appreciate that. And I thank you for saying that. If I had seen this document prior to this moment, I would have reviewed it before this meeting.
I would have loved that.
I would know what the big picture is. There's some members of this board that are here right now that have intimate knowledge of what we're looking at. I have no knowledge of what we're looking at. So it's difficult to assess and make comments on a document if you haven't already had a chance to have purview of it. So
That's why we're reading it aloud, John. It's not,
Dave.
I determined that we were not going to release it publicly because due to a mistake, a misunderstanding of mine, I thought that as soon as it went to Barb to be put up on the website, the information could be public. We don't have a table to put it on, so that would be the technological equivalent of laying it on the table, putting it on the table. That was not possible.
David?
There was a phenomenal amount of blowback, and I decided that we had to wait until we were all together to look at this rather than get it to people ahead of time and have more confusion. And it also wasn't ready until, I'm not sure exactly when it was, on Sunday or Monday that it was ready. But I decided that since we have to go over it anyway, we will go over it together. And there are only two people on this board, myself, who's read it twice, and Michelle, who drafted it, that have additional information. So I would like to continue, since we have many of these to go through. And if we continue to stop at each one, we'll be here all week.
David, can I add something that will clear it up for Sean? When a town develops its school budget, the WSESU assessment is included in the school budget. So nothing's being left out.
Okay, so we're going to move on, please. So,
I had my hand up. I just wanted to say, if the method that we're going to do this is to go over each line and just either object or not, I'm not confident that all the board members are up to date on all this information. And I think that we need to give some wiggle room where they have the opportunity to ask about it, because to object means you don't think it should be there. And if you don't have the information or understand it, how could you make a good decision? So I would like to open this to questions with board members, because if they're wondering, probably the public is as well.
that's a really good point. Each of these are meant to are standalone items that deal with specific topics. And if a board member feels like you don't have enough information to make to say whether you object or agree, then please do ask questions. I thought that was implied, but clearly not. So thank you, Michelle. That's a good point. So next item, if a town withdraws investments and tuition. Any objections to that?
I have a question about that. In 2024, the BOHS bond issue will be gone. But until that time, we have $1.6 million to pay every year. So does that fall under this little bullet point?
What's the question again, Sean?
Well, it talks about debts in this bullet point.
Yes.
And if the district was to dissolve, how would the $1.6 million that we owe for the high school renovation, how would that money get paid?
So I'll respond if it's okay, David, that I just take some.
You can articulate it more than I can.
Yeah, so the way the statute reads is just that there has to be a financial agreement between all parties, our district, anyone left, or all the towns if a total dissolution happened. So that's about as limited as it is you have to find a financial agreement. All of these are.
I would like, if you could, I think that answered the question. And so if you could.
I was just going to say that
Okay.
those are great questions for question and answer form is what I was thinking. I was going to recommend. And I hope that we have an opportunity to do that. But this is really just the facts that we're looking at. If you could kind of think about it that way and think about those deeper questions for a question and answer form.
Okay. Any town that withdraws from the district will have an increase in spending per pupil if they continue providing the same services and programs as are currently available under the WSESD. This would result in an increase of the tax rate for that town and possibly for other towns remaining in the WSESD, with smaller districts feeling a greater impact and increase in tax rate. Any objection? Question?
David?
Yes.
Dave, this is Kelly.
Yes.
I have a question about, I mean, it may seem like that's obvious, but I want to know where the information came, what is supporting that there would be an increase in spending per pupil? It may seem obvious and it may seem like common sense or whatever, but if we're actually saying that this is a true statement, what is the evidence to back that up?
Sure, I'm happy to explain how we got that information. We were able to have Frank take the current budget that was just approved by this board to be presented to voters as necessary. And if you, does this the one that has the line? Yes, if you can notice the keywords there are, if they continue providing the same services and programs as are currently available under the WSESD. So if no changes were made to their current budget, we simply took that current budget that's already been approved by our board and it was reprocessed as if they were standing outside of the SD. And so that was how that information came from. And that key word is that it would look like no changes. Certainly a different board could make cuts and do whatever they want to change their numbers. But if no changes were made to the current budget that we have approved and deemed necessary to present to voters, then if the same exact budget was then processed and done as an individual district, one town district, then that's where the information came from. And we did also look at the many different possibilities. What if 2 towns left and the SD stayed in place, and we played with it and it was consistent, the math added up.
It also, I think, recognizes that another thing that Frank pointed out, which is that the funding formula favors large districts and it favors it on purpose. It favors them on purpose. So any other questions or objections to this one? Okay. If Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from the WSESD, the withdrawing town would pay tuition to attend any school outside their town for post-elementary education, BAMS, BUHS, WRCC, and any other public or approved independent school that offers those grades. If Brattleboro withdraws, the status of BAMS, BUHS, and WRCC is unclear. And I think if there's anything that's emerged clearly from this process, it's that question is unclear.
David, I have an objection. That's leading people to believe that their towns will go to choice with all private schools being included in choice, but the town gets to say which schools they will tuition kids to. They could choose one town or one school, 2 schools, 3 schools, but it's not just plain school choice at that point.
Not the town, Liz. The new
School
school
board.
district.
The new school board, yeah, the new school board.
They designate up to 3 schools, not any. It does make it sound like if a town had a choice, they could pick from literally any school in Vermont, and that is not the case.
And I think we included that language in stating or any other public or approved independent school that offers these grades. We encompass that option. There would be, I think Andy might know the timeline better, a period of time where it basically was choice because the voters would have to vote on narrowing it down to 3 schools, I think. but we tried to encompass, we wanted to make sure that people understood what we meant by secondary schools, and then followed it up with or approved independent schools that offer those grades, to not limit it to that. So we are basically saying any approved school.
But just to clarify for you, Michelle, I don't mean to jump in, but 16 VSA 827 outlines the designation process. If this were approved and the state board granted approval in a time period before the district were operational, the board in existence would only have authority to do those things like assigning tuition and developing a budget. It would not have the permission, from what it sounds like, to hold a vote prior to the official start date of that. And that vote, the designation is by school district vote in terms of identifying things. There's a pathway to it. It's important to note that that pathway is identified in 16 VSA 827, which is the statute that refers to those items. But there would be most likely a lag in terms of what powers are granted to the newly elected board in their official start date.
Yeah, I think it's also important at this point to point out that although there is a transitional pathway, this is not defined because no one considered it. It doesn't appear anywhere in statute. So that we don't know what would happen. It's really important that we don't know if there'll be a delay. We don't know if there wouldn't be a delay. We don't know if the towns, while they did a transitional board, could also develop a reforming of the Brattleboro Union High School board, which I'm certain is why this is worded the way it is, that it's unclear.
Could I make a comment, please?
Yes, I'd rather a question, but yep, go ahead.
No, this is a question. Well, it's a comment and a question and a statement. In 2003, the district, the WSESU, borrowed $54 million to do the renovation on the high school. And that renovation process was the property of 5 towns, because Vernon was part of that to begin with. And so what this article points out very clearly is that if the dissolution passed and comes to fruition, then all of the towns that have done all the investment in a union high school would no longer have anything but the ability to send their students to this union high school. They'd have no representation, as was on the District 6 board. It would be just like, okay, thank you very much. We'll take it, you pay. Thank you.
Kelly?
Well, okay, maybe I'm missing something, but the last sentence, if Brattleboro withdraws the status of BAMS, BUHS, and WRCC is unclear, that statement is confusing to me.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that, I mean, I guess what I'm thinking, and what I'm thinking in my own head, and I'm wondering whether other people in the community may also be thinking, is how, if we were to dissolve, how close to what we were before would we be able to get to if that was the intention of the voters, and where does this particular one, especially this last sentence, how does that conflict with where we were before? And further, what would we have to do in order to get us to where we were before? I'm making the presumption that if anyone is voting against or is voting for dissolution, it's because they would want things to go back to the way that they were. So I guess I'm trying to understand how this explains the comparison to, let's say we dissolved and we're sitting in this situation. How are we then compared to where we were before?
Right.
Thank you, Kelly. Wait, Michelle, wait. People, when you're done speaking, please take your hand down. And then if you want to speak again, put your hand up, because I cannot tell if some of the hands I'm seeing still wish to speak. And the most recent one that went up was Ann. And Michelle, I would like to invite you to respond pretty much at will
Okay.
As long as you please keep it as short as possible.
I will do my best, trust me.
But not, you can't, you really can't do dialogues with people. All the board members have to.
Fine. I'm going to stick to the points and just because I understand this is a new
Right.
concept for a lot
Right.
of people. I think there's been people assume that what this meant is we go back to normal. The question we breeze past that, but it's one town at a time if you leave. So in that question, it is, we specified Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraw, then they go to pay tuition into the SD, whatever the SD is that's left. If Brattleboro withdraws, okay, now what we're saying is that we 4 towns are the WSESD. If Brattleboro pulled out, Putney, Guilford, and Dummerston could be the SD, and Brattleboro would be the out district. And so what's unclear is, would they have to pay tuition into their own town schools? And we just left it at that. It's not likely to, it seems far-fetched. Right. So the last question, that's why it's unclear, but that is that. The things that you're talking about, what we covered is the process of the dissolution vote. So what we are providing is exactly what would happen. Any future outcomes that future boards might make is not going to be covered because that's speculative. So these are just the facts of what happens with the vote. And I look forward to a question and answer session so we can get into that dialogue and answer those questions about possibilities beyond the vote. But that we only covered the process of the dissolution vote and the facts around it, and there's no speculation on any of this paperwork.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make another adjustment. Obviously, we're not going to have a vote after 5 minutes. So we'll continue along here. The best laid plans of whatever that was. So Ann was next. And Michelle, you can just leave your hand down. You don't need to put it up.
Oh, is it?
Just try not to respond to everything. I know you know it all, so there's a strong tendency to do that.
Oh, wow.
You're also speaking for 4 people, which makes it even more difficult. So Ann, please.
Thank you. While I understand that the Communications Council wished to deal only in factual information, I'm afraid that here we have a case of impact trumps intent. Because clearly from what I am reading, people believe that the dissolution of the high school is the end of the story. They believe that that's it. That is the only thing that will happen, period, forever and ever, amen. 16 VSA 571 gives us the right to reform the BUHS district. 16 VSA 572 provides for the formation of its governing board, requiring membership from all member towns. While I would not ordinarily like to deal in speculation, since we already know what this has caused people to believe, I object to there not being any language that indicates that that may be subject to change. There are at least 50 people in this room who are very angry at the thought that we will lose our high school, and that is not necessarily the case. It does not have to be. We do not have to make it. And it is an available option to our towns. And also, folks, school choice doesn't mean quite what you think it means.
So I'm just going to offer a black and white answer.
No, Michelle, please don't.
Really?
Saying what she believes. I'm going to go to Sean and Kelly, and we'll let people. We'll hear the comments, and then we'll figure out what to do about this. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I appreciate what Ann just said, and I'd like to make a little correction to what perhaps Michelle meant originally. Brattleboro Union High School, there's no way that it can become the property of the town of Brattleboro because it is a union high school, which was created in 1952. Prior to that, it was Brattleboro High School. But the high school is a union high school. So the people from all the outlying towns, and it used to be Vernon, and Vernon still sends the majority of their students to BUHS. It is a union high school. And that I think it's very important to remember that. So
Sean,
whether the dissolution would negate that, I can't imagine that it would.
It does.
It does, Sean. The high school is, BUHS is now part of the Windham Southeast School District. The Union High School is no longer a legal entity. It's gone. It would have to be reformed through the same process that was used when it happened the first time. So it would go someplace. And the point is that the statute is not written that deals with this. There is no law around this. So we can all say what we believed in the core of our beings is true, but we don't know. There is no law. It would have to be established, or else the court would have to decide it based on constitutional grounds. So Kelly and then Ann.
Just real quick, I want to thank Ann for making that point that that this, we are not precluded from reforming if the towns determine.
Kelly, you just muted yourself.
Yeah, I thought I guess I was just thanking Ann for making that clarification.
Thank you. Ann?
And Sean is partially correct in that I find it difficult to believe that Act 46 has somehow negated property or real estate laws.
They didn't deal with it. I mean, it's not, there's no statute around it. I'm sure there's a way a judge would figure it out, but the point is we don't know. And the question for us here is, do we want to put this out as true information or clear information, or is this going to help people, or is it going to make it more confusing?
Well, I was just trying to help Sean out, and in light of what I have seen, we have not been clear because people believe that that is the only possible outcome. And it is not the only possible outcome.
Okay.
Actually, it is the only outcome. That's the thing.
Right, but what will happen? They believe it is what will happen afterwards.
So that's dialogue that would be great to have. And if we had only started this months ago, we'd have lots of informative sessions. But this is if you're asking the Communication Council to take a factual sheet filled with objective facts and information and to speculate on what boards that don't exist may or may not decide, that they may all get together and agree and decide.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to not pursue that, please. It's not relevant. You're talking, you're addressing, please, you're addressing an issue of the function of the committee. You're not addressing the topic. And I would like you to just stay with the fact.
I am addressing a suggestion.
You don't know what she is at. You don't know what Ann is asking. And please don't say you know what Ann is asking. Please speak directly to the question.
What I am asking is, in light of the fact that the premature release of this sheet has already convinced our people of what will happen in the future, I think it is incumbent on us to say that doesn't mean it will stay that way, because we have already misled them.
Thank you, Ann. So we are now, here's the question. Do we, actually, I'm going to call for a vote. Do we include this or do we not vote? We have to, do we not include this?
Excuse me, I should present the statement that we presented. If you didn't want me to share that.
Wait just a minute, please. We are not going to resolve this question. The statute does not exist that would provide the answer. So do we wish to include this or do we wish to remove this? Please try to speak to that. Kelly?
Yeah, is that our only option? Is there any, do we have any room to amend it in any way?
No, this is the outcome of this vote. This would be the outcome of this vote. It would, what would be required for any changes after that would be for districts to be reformed.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking, David, is whether we have room to amend anything. It sounded like Michelle was saying that people were going into this document and making changes online, or maybe I misunderstood, but do we have room in this meeting to amend any portion of this to clarify that? And
yes,
I guess
absolutely. Yes.
And
absolutely.
how would we go about doing that?
Propose language that would be added or deleted to this document. Yes, this we definitely, part of the discussion is if it needs to change, then we can change it. So if you, I would love to hear some, maybe something along the lines of if the, before the statement that all the tuitioning stuff, if Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney withdraws from WSESD, and if the Brattleboro Union High School is not reformed by the independent districts, towns, the withdrawing towns would pay tuition. We could add that to add that additional information.
That would be a misspeak. That would not be true. I'm going to just say our objective again that we were given through our lawyer. The objective was to provide information about the process of the dissolution vote. So this is the outcome of the process of the dissolution vote. What future boards may or may not do and give to voters how they may or may not vote is not an appropriate thing to cover on a factual sheet. People should know that this is the immediate outcome. It would be in that, they would have that for a good year or two before any changes. And I think it's a great conversation again in a Q&A, but our goal was, what is the process of the dissolution vote? And this is the immediate outcome. And suggesting that they could leave and go right into a unionized high school is a false statement. It's not possible. If the WSESD stayed intact, there's no chance for the towns that leave to be unions with that high school. So trust me, the wording is very, very important. We cannot mislead people to believe something. And I hear what Anne's saying. I actually totally agree. So I really am advocating for many ways. I have a whole bunch of ideas of how we can get dialogue going to have these conversations so people have good assessment. But this is the fact. That is the outcome of the vote, and nothing is going to change that until if everyone leaves, if a total dissolution occurs and all 4 towns get together and present it to the voters and they pass it. But that is speculative beyond this vote, so far beyond the vote. So that's why we're just reporting the way the law of the land reads, and this is the truth. This is what the facts amount to.
Thank you. Okay, so just a reminder on the order, because I see that there's some people that would like to speak. This is the conversation only of the board. We are conducting a review of these documents. It's a formal procedure, and at this point, only the board is involved. Before we finally vote on these documents, we will take as much public comment and questioning and participation as is needed and then we'll vote. We'll hear fully from the public. So we are on this item. Kelly, do you have more language to propose to try and resolve this?
Well, if we could add something in there so it made it wasn't misleading, but it made it clear that there were possibilities, that this isn't the end of the line. This isn't falling off a cliff. This is just saying, I mean, I think I understand Michelle's point that what the committee was tasked with doing, and I recognize that they must have had a very difficult process to go through. However, I feel like voters can't just say, okay, well, I mean, they're not making this decision in a bubble. They're looking at dissolution, and then they're looking at what's going to happen later. And if when would we have time to have a Q&A? And do we have time for a Q&A before the vote? And if we don't, then I think this document here has to provide some amount of further clarity. So I would object to this one here unless there is some further clarification that this is not, that there is a I'm not sure that I'm the right one to actually like word it, but that there are other future possibilities of in some manner.
Thank you, Kelly. Liz, I think you were there before Thomas, but he hasn't spoken before, so I'd like to hear from him, and then Liz, and then I'm going to ask for a vote.
Mine's very brief, and Kelly actually hit on a lot of it. What I would just say is, for something like this, we do have to keep in mind that the people who are going to be reading this are going to be thinking about what will happen in the future. The way this is written right now would make a lot of people think that that was the end of it, like Kelly was saying. If we added something to the effect of, if the WSESD is dissolved and so on, this would happen, barring further action. or unless something else was done, something to that effect, letting people know it is possible. As it stands right now, somebody who is not familiar would think that's the end of it. So if we'd added something very minor like that, saying unless there was a change, I think it would be a bit more palatable.
Barring further action seems reasonable. I just wrote a sentence: in the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate on secondary education choices. Would that does that do the job, or Thomas's recommendation?
If you're asking me something along the lines of unless further action is taken, because a lot of people will think, all right, where, you know, like I think Kelly or Ann was talking about, that the access to the high school is off limits. To some people, it would seem like that that's the end of it, and it's not. We have to leave open the fact that it is unknown, and if things were changed, it could be the way it was before. As it is right now, it sounds definitive.
Michelle, would you
my sentence sound right?
Would you read that language again, please?
Yeah. In the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate on secondary education choices. Or I could say, or can collaborate on unionizing secondary education choices.
That's reasonable to me.
Say it again, please.
In the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate on unionizing secondary education choices.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
School districts can collaborate on what?
On unionizing secondary education choices. And I know that Ruby's taking notes. I got it. She and Rob worked hard.
So the suggestion is to add language to the effect, not to the effect exactly, that if Darcy and Putney go for withdraw from the WSESD, the withdrawing town would pay tuition to attend any school outside for post-secondary education about the independent schools. In the event of total dissolution, schools can collaborate. School districts can collaborate on what was unionized secondary education choices.
Yeah, and I would actually recommend that.
Then the rest is if Brattleboro withdraws, the status of advanced BUHS and WRC is unclear. And
well, I actually was going to say maybe this should be its own bullet point at the very bottom, because the next bullet point is also part of this. So I think maybe this would be the last.
Since we've been spending this time trying to make this one acceptable to the board, I don't want to leave it as it is. We need to do that change. So any comments, please directly to the language that Michelle just proposed, adding to this. Any objection to accepting this and moving on with Michelle's amendment?
Yes, I object. I don't think that's clear. People aren't going to know what you mean by unionizing. They're looking for and you're also leaving that word choice in there. Wouldn't it be more clear to say it is possible that the BUH district would be reformed? That way you're not promising it, but you're saying that's a possibility. The word choice in there, people latch on to that word choice, like meaning they could send their kids to the Putney school or something. That's not what, I don't think that's what we're trying to get across. We're trying to get across that the BUHS union district could be reformed.
My suggestion would be removing the word unionizing and replacing it with the term the words establish a union high school.
That's fine.
That is the only, that's the only actual option we have.
We collaborate on
together, so.
Establishing a union high school, that's fine.
Yes.
I really think that if everyone looks at the next bullet, this should go at the very end. I understand the point we're approving them one at a time,
We're
but
still on this one, Michelle. Okay,
just
so So we now have a change in the wording. After the description of the public independent schools and that offer these grades, in the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate to establish a union high school. And then if Brattleboro withdraws the status of BAMS, BHS, and WRCC is unclear. Objections to that? Ann and Liz, your hands are up. Do you wish to speak again?
I apologize for not taking mine down, but I do think we need to clarify it's not any school that one could attend, but as established by the future school boards of the individual towns, because that is true. The selection of schools would be established by the school boards based
David,
on which ones are approved and not approved. So any misleads people into thinking that that literally means any, and it's not any.
So I believe that the town would have to vote on giving the board the power to select 3 schools.
That would be choosing to be a choice school. I mean, I've read the statute. The power to select the schools lies with the school board.
Right.
Yes, they would choose to be a choice town, or the town would vote to be a choice town or not, but the selection of approved schools would be the purview of the newly elected school board.
How about we take out the word any or other public, because we don't know what a future board might choose. So it was like any.
I would say something more along the lines of schools which may be approved by future school boards. I mean, that's probably a terrible, but I mean that it is clear that if we have choice, we would still, people would get to choose, but I think they think that it's like literally any school, and their new school board would be the people to select those schools, not just parents.
3 public.
Yeah.
Add in up to 3. I think when we chose that language, our understanding was that there was a window where the town would be choice until they gave that power to the board. They voted to approve having them select 3 schools. Andy might be able to clarify. If I'm in error, that's fine.
No, the statute really refers to a school district not maintaining an approved public high school may vote on such terms or conditions as it deems appropriate to designate 3 or fewer approved independent or public high schools as the public high school or schools of the district. That's the part around the designation. Now, the clarification of a school district, does that pertain to a board or does that pertain to the populace, would need to be subject to council review and past practice in the state in terms of what's been verified. My understanding is that would be the district would be voting upon that, but we would want further counsel to provide because most of the other things in this particular statute enumerate that it's, the receiving district would pertain to the board to accept the designation. So my interpretation when I would talk to Pietro or Sean about this would be that it pertains to a vote from the populace.
Perhaps the change I want is that would pay tuition to attend a school or perhaps an approved school outside their town. They really don't just get to randomly pick any school.
Is it the word independent that feels?
No, it's the word any. It's the word any.
Because they pay tuition to attend any school outside their town for post-elementary.
Yeah, it makes
them have to be something like one of 3 would have 3 options or something like that. Something else to specify.
I guess I thought what I just heard Andy say is that they would vote to give that power to the board and they would start off with any.
Yeah, 16 VSA 824 refers to except as otherwise provided for technical students, the district shall pay the full tuition charge to students attending a public high school in Vermont or an adjoining state, or a public or approved independent school in Vermont functioning as an approved area career technical center, or an independent school meeting education quality standards provided. And then there's a series of ed quality standards that it would meet. the Espinoza case in Montana is just also further indicated there's a process that was let out through VSBITA around certification for parochial schools as well. That's a little too in the weeds for this part, though.
It is altogether too in the weeds. I simply want to make it clear because I think it is unclear. It sounds like it will be just any school your little heart desires. Boarding school in Hawaii. A school or an approved school are reasonable language.
A school board approved school?
Let's just go with approved for now. A school.
We have the word approved.
Yeah.
Says we're approved.
Just not any school, because any school is confusing to people.
Well, we could take out the word any or other public or approved in schools that offer, take out the word independent. I'm not sure. I'm not really getting to how we're changing things.
Independent.
The word any is what's bothering you, then we can take out the word any.
Yeah, I just want to say a school outside their town for post-elementary education.
I just don't want to misrepresent that it has to be the same schools we've been working with. That was my reach. I wanted to make sure we included that, approved public or independent.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're giving the message that school choice means wide open school choice, and it does not. And as I recall, Andy, from the list of current approved schools, St. Mike's is in fact on there. So parochial schools are apparently approvable.
Should instead of saying that offers those grades, do you want us to say independent school in Vermont?
Let's move off this for a minute. Sean has like to participate.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how we got from what we were initially talking about, all of a sudden start talking about school choice. With the declining enrollment, and I don't understand how school choice should even be part of what we're talking about. School choice is it's a good way to end public education. It really is. So,
Sean, yeah. If a district leaves and becomes a separate district, they would be very much like Vernon in terms of being able to decide what they want to do for the 7 through 12, or in the case of Putney and Dummerston, the 9 through 12 students that they have to put somewhere. If they're not in a district or a union, then and they haven't committed to a union high school district, they get to decide what they want to do. It's not something that we brought up to put in there. It's what happens if they're not part of a district. They're an independent district. They have to provide education for students K through 12. So they would determine how they wanted to do that.
David, this is Nancy Weiss, and I'm wondering
is this relevant directly to this question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So the Windham Regional Career Center is not, it's part of the high school system, but it's not set up to be a high school. And so to say, and every student in Vermont has the right to access a career center if they are a public school student. So potentially. So to say that, to put us in that list is not exactly accurate, because even if Dummerston was to withdraw, their students would still have a right to career education through the Windham Regional Career Center, because they are part of our catchment basin.
Nancy, also while you're here, isn't it also true that there are, I think, 5 career centers in the state that are independent and have their own board and are not affiliated with the union district?
There are 5 that have their own superintendents. They function as a separate district, but they do but Springfield's Tech Center, River Valley Technical Center, is independent of the Springfield School District. But students still have the right to attend River Valley Technical Center, whether they're a Springfield from anywhere, any district that's within their catchment area. So, for instance, if I go to school in Bellows Falls, I have the choice of either attending Springfield because it's geographically the closest, or Brattleboro because it's the Windham County Career Center. So students in Dummerston, even if they started their own high school, those students would have the right to attend the Windham Regional Career Center.
Great. Thanks, Nancy. Okay, so we've been another hour. I'm going to propose another break, but before we go, I want to see do we want to remove this item, just not have it in here and move on with what we are certain and what we agree with? Or do we want to continue to try to work with this and change the language and amend it to make it palatable? Sean?
I thought we did do that.
You're still muted, Sean.
I think Michelle and the Communication Council has gone over this with a fine-tooth comb. It raises some horrendous issues from my perspective. But I think that they have been diligent in getting the information there. I mean, and if I could ask another question, David, you said, can we vote on this? I didn't quite understand what that statement was. There's no motion, right?
Yeah, if there are objections to an item and we can't agree, then we have to vote whether to keep it or not keep it. We can't just not, what do we do? I mean, our purpose is to approve of an informational flyer to distribute to the community. If we don't agree on an item, we can't include it. When there's no alternative. We can't put out to say, well, some people think this and some people think that. We have to agree that this is true and we are certain it's true, and therefore we'll put it out. And if we don't, we have to remove it.
Right, but in order to vote, you have to have a motion, have the motion seconded, and then take a vote.
We'll see about that. If it comes to that, we'll work that through. I haven't looked up Robert's rules to see how we do that, if we have to do that with everyone. But either way, we can do it with a motion. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so I thought we had an agreement, so I'm a little confused what's going on. I don't know what we're debating anymore. We're still talking about this topic. I asked if should we vote now to whether to keep it or continue to try to amend it, or what? Kelly.
Well, I think it's important it provides some important information. And so I think we need to, if we don't have that in there, I think it's going to raise certainly some questions about it and people are going to be confused. So I think in some manner, we have to address the topics that are encompassed in that.
Liz?
David, why don't we take a break and people can think about how to word it and then come back? Because I think everybody's just kind of like, maybe some people's heads are spinning, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I was hoping we could finish this and take a break, but I think that's a really good idea. So we will once again go silent for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:16. I think I said 8:16 and I watched it go by. So we are back. The question is, do we need a motion to no, not a question. Do we need a motion? Do we want to try to amend this item? Do we want to vote to remove it? Or do we want to leave it as it is? So thoughts on that, please.
Would it help to have Ruby read it as written now with edits?
Yes, it certainly would.
Ruby, I think should be here. She's been writing it down.
So the bullet point starting, if Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from WSESD, the withdrawing town would pay tuition to attend an approved school outside their town for post-elementary education. Brattleboro, BAMS, BUHS, and WRCC, or any other public or approved independent school that offers those grades. In the event of total dissolution of the WSESD, school districts can collaborate to establish a union high school. If Brattleboro withdraws, the status of BAMS, BUHS, and WRCC is unclear. The end.
Thank you. Liz?
Can we add designated school or schools outside their town?
Any other designated school instead of stating public or approved independent? I think that sounds reasonable. BAMS, BUHS, WRCC, or any other designated school.
Yeah.
School that offer, if that makes people happy, that seems reasonable.
David?
Yes.
I think if you switch the last two sentences, I think it flows better. That's my sense.
Yeah, I really thought that should be its own bullet at the end because the next one also talks about the same subject. And if it was its own bullet, it would get special attention, where I'm afraid that might get lost in a long paragraph. So if it's important that we make that point, you know, in the event of a total dissolution, if we want to emphasize that, making it its very own bullet at the end, which after discussing these scenarios, I think would make more sense to people reading it.
Jackie?
It would highlight something new.
I'm sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks so much. I know I haven't said much, but I really agree with Michelle. I think having that be its own bullet point would be a lot more clear and attention grabbing. Thanks.
And?
Simply, I request that we listen to what Nancy had to say and simply remove the Career Center from the whole thing. Because it's clear that the Career Center will be usable by our students no matter what. So just take the Career Center out of there.
I'm not understanding that, because what we're saying is you can go to those schools. So I'm not clear on, it's just being lit. In fact, we wanted to make sure people knew they weren't losing their school options. So that's why we decided to explicitly write them, because they're familiar, and then just include the other part.
But when one is enrolled in the Career Center, one also has to have a home high school.
So then they would go to BUHS to be able to.
Yes, but there are children who go to Hinsdale High School that also are students at the Career Center. So it literally means no matter what happens, the WRCC is an option.
Yeah. Thank you for that information. I had no idea. We could take that out. No problem. I had no idea. That's good to know.
The R is for regional.
Sean?
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. Could we go back and so I can just see what we're actually working on right now, what this whole document is? It almost seems like we're trying to figure out policy, and I don't think that's the intention. So what is this? It's town meeting, but doesn't it have a heading more than the?
This is what the board asked the Communications Council to do, which is to put together an informational flyer. This is a 2-page one. These are the 2 pages. And they hit sort of the most important items in really succinct ways. This is 12 pages worth of more than that probably worth of information that they
I'm
are
sorry, I didn't-
consolidating. And the purpose is to provide information to the public about the consequences of various scenarios of withdrawal from the school, the Unified Union School District.
And,
That was
and
what we
I-
were, that's what we asked. That's what the ballot measure is. That's what we have been asked multiple times in multiple ways from multiple directions to provide. And that is what these four women worked just tirelessly on for the last 2 weeks, including weekends and many nights.
Believe me, I know how hard they've worked, and I'm not trying to disparage in any way.
No, I
anybody's
understand that.
work. I can tell you that.
Nobody caught the typo. Nobody's saying anything about that big typo on top, which we knew, but we figured we'd get.
I just didn't point out yet.
But does
we will add. We will add.
anybody else but me feel like we're trying to develop policy here?
No,
I don't
you're
think anybody
giving
does.
voters a fact sheet.
It will
Sean,
say
we're-
voter information on top when we fix that Windham. It's not supervisory district, it's school district. That's what happens when it's the last thing you do after writing everything. You make the final thing a typo.
Thanks. Liz?
Sean, we're giving people a fact sheet. What we know are facts about the upcoming vote.
Thanks,
There is
Liz.
a dearth of information.
I think we've made, I think everybody understands that. The problem is what is the fact in this? Are we ever going to be able to agree that we can express this clearly enough to say that the board supports this, or that 6 of us support it, because ultimately it's a majority that will decide. If we can't,
Point of order, Mr. Chair, point of order. I don't think that board members should direct questions directly to another board member.
Well, we're in a work session, Sean, so I'm gonna allow that unless there's unless something personal or something untoward is said. I mean, we're trying to have a conversation here. Michelle has a lot of the answers, so certainly people are going to direct questions toward her. Generally, you are correct, and I encourage that people
Liz just directed her question to me. She said Sean, and then said a statement. And I don't think that should happen in a board. Thank you.
You're correct. And you are correct. No question about it. So people, please direct your questions to the chair, and we will try to have a conversation in that formal structure as well as we can. It's not like we haven't done it before. So thank you, Sean.
So we accept Liz.
But I also asked people, and actually, Michelle, I'm gonna have you're gonna have to use the hand too, because it's just I'm not able to manage this.
Waiting room. There are people in the waiting room trying to get into the meeting.
And when I get a chance to do that, I will take care of it. Thank you. Tim, go ahead. Tim, you may be muted. I'm not hearing Tim. I hope I didn't mute you, but
Sorry, can you hear me now?
yes,
Sorry.
gotcha.
I thought we were close to approving the amended bullet point after the discussion about taking out WRCC, which most of us agree with. So I'd like to suggest that we vote on this with the understanding that after we vote, then we can talk about formatting it to have a separate bullet point.
I think that's probably an excellent way to proceed. I'm not sure how to formulate a motion. So
Can
let's
you
see.
recap? I just want to make sure everyone understands we accepted Liz's recommendation. We have a sentence that we worked out with Liz and Ann. And we will take out, it's confusing because you can't see it in action. So I just want to make sure that the recap, people are remembering that where we've changed things. I could have Ruby read it again.
Yep, if we have a motion, we will read it again. Well, Tim, would you like to make a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Uh-oh. Okay, so the motion is to accept the amendments to this as presented, and Ruby will present them. And, oh, that's it. And then we'll take up, after that, we will take up the question about whether, no, wait.
Whether to change the formatting. So first, let's just vote on the amended document after Ruby reads it once more.
Michelle, does that make sense? I lost track of what that sentence was that might get moved.
It's in the event of total dissolution, the school districts can collaborate, establish a union high school.
That whole concept, right.
It doesn't flow, it's gonna get lost. It would almost be easier to understand this if we just left it out. And I mean, I really think it would be highlighted as its own bullet point. And so I think that we should, it gets confusing when you start having that many words, and I think it gets lost in the middle.
Okay, so then Ruby, can you read this bullet without that statement in it?
Yes. Hold on one second. So the language reads, I believe, if Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from WSESD, the withdrawing town would pay tuition to attend a designated school outside their town for post-elementary education. Brattleboro Area Middle School, BAMS, Brattleboro Union High School, BUHS, or another public or approved independent school that offers those grades. If Brattleboro withdraws, the status of BAMS and BUHS is unclear.
So that is the motion from Tim. Is there a second? Oh, and then we're gonna have to hear from Wendy. Is there a second, Tim? Second to Tim's motion?
Second,
Kelly?
Ann.
Ann, okay, seconded by Ann. Discussion. Can I go to Wendy first, Kelly? Because it's probably a recurring issue we need to deal with. Go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request, Mr. Chair, that Ruby send me in an email what she just read so I can include it in the minutes that way?
Yes, we had actually, yeah, we had talked about, and there was a time, we talked about communicating with you about how we might combine the changes with the minutes. So I will let Ruby respond for herself instead of, I won't respond. Ruby, is that?
Yes, Wendy. I'll totally do that, Wendy.
Great, thank you very much.
I didn't want to speak for you, but I think I know you would say it. So it's moved and seconded to approve this as presented, and then move to the next bullet and consider formatting an additional. Later on, we will have a separate bullet about in the event of total dissolution. So the motion is to approve this bullet as presented. Further discussion, Sean?
Yes, thank you. I'm still a little bothered about the whole idea of school choice, because it seems like all of a sudden we jumped the rails. And you know, I don't understand how school choice all of a sudden becomes something that's viable and passed. So it confuses me. I'm sorry.
Kelly?
I want to vote on I want to vote yay on this, but I want to be clear that my yay vote is contingent upon the indication, the sentence that was taken out to make a new bullet point. My agreeing to this one is contingent upon that other sentence being its own bullet point. I want to reserve that that idea right there. So if for some reason the other one is like nixed, if for some reason my agreement to this one may not mean, you know, make much difference to anything, but my agreement is contingent upon that other one becoming a bullet point as well.
Okay.
Can we include that in this motion? Can we approve both of those at once? So that there's nothing edgy?
I was going to speak to that before you jumped on. We have now a parliamentary question because once a motion is made and seconded, the friendly amendment concept is not in play. A motion can be amended, and I'm not going to take the time to look it up. I'm going to ask Tim to withdraw his motion and make another motion, including the contingency that Kelly just mentioned, so that we can all know exactly what it is we're voting on, because that's what we do have to do. So Tim, would you please consider withdrawing your motion?
I make a motion that I withdraw my motion.
And the seconder, I believe, was Ann. Did you second the motion, Ann? Who seconded the motion? They also need to agree.
It was Anne.
I have that Ann seconded it.
Ann, would you agree to withdrawing the motion? Oh, Ann may be gone for a moment. So why don't we, while we wait for Ann to return, because we can't move without it, why don't we talk about exactly what the language would be on that next, on the next bullet?
Yep. So it reads, I think it should be the very last bullet in this section because the next bullet encompasses the same topic. And so the final bullet on this in this section would say, in the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate to establish a union high school.
Okay, so if we're going to move to the next bullet and suspend the previous one for a minute, I thought that we saw from Andy this just today, something about a statute that said that it was not certain that the locals, the high school and the middle school would become local Brattleboro schools if the district was dissolved. I thought that we found that there was no statute addressing that, which means that we're stuck with people's opinions.
No, there was no statute that would pertain to the powers granted to the newly formed boards of the 4 independent districts. What was fairly certain was that the State Board of Education does not have the power to reform the BU6 board.
Okay, I just got a text that Ann's internet is down. So I'm sorry, Andy, would you say that again?
No, the reference from the Agency of Education was that the State Board of Education does not have the authorization to reform the BU6 board. And there's no statute that references other than the operational aspects of a school district. There's nothing in statute that would define what a newly formed school district would do before its official start date.
So there's no way to know if the simple fact of Brattleboro Union High School being in Brattleboro does not mean that it will become part of the Brattleboro Town School District.
Statute does refer that towns that have a high school in them, the students will attend that high school. So the Brattleboro students would be required to attend the Brattleboro High School and middle school.
But the Brattleboro Town School District would not be the governance body for the high school? I mean, that's the question. Who's governance?
Brattleboro would be. Brattleboro would be
This is confusing, and
yes.
And there's not a statute that directly addresses it. So I would question having it in place.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I spent 200 hours studying it, and me and 2 other women, and picking apart and talking to lawyers. You know, we did our best to simplify something that's complicated. Basically the first one we're talking about is looking at each individual town. The next bullet is looking at if all of the towns, if the whole district dissolved. So there are 2 different circumstances there, and that we're covering.
Brattleboro doesn't own the high school, so how would it go to it? How can it go? It can't go to them unless they pay all the districts the value.
That would be most likely one of the things that would be established under 16 VSA 724, and those financial kind of disentanglements that have to be settled before the 4 districts would resolve. We're
gonna thank you, Andy. We're gonna leave this because Ann's internet was down. She's now back, and so we will return. I can see we're not going to get through the next one quickly either. So let's get through the one that we're almost done with. And Tim has, because Kelly would like to know that a vote in favor of of Tim's motion, which we will have Ruby read again, is contingent upon the understanding that the section or the part that we tried to put in here should be a separate bullet, the one about in the event of total dissolution, schools can collaborate to establish a union district. That language would be the next an additional bullet. So we've asked him to withdraw the motion so that he can make it again with that contingency in the motion. And in order to do that, we need the person who seconded the motion to agree to withdraw the motion.
I agree to withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Ann.
Stupid internet connection.
Okay. So Tim, would you make your motion again, and we'll have Ruby read the content of it, and then we'll add the contingency, and then
make the motion. I make the motion that we vote on the bullet point with the amendments as read by Ruby, with the understanding that after the vote, if it's in the affirmative, that it be reformatted into 2 separate bullets. How's that for confusing?
so the amendment that's not included would be in 2 separate bullets. Now, I know Wendy has not been able to write that down, so I'm going to try and not simplify it a little bit. So Tim's motion is to approve this bullet point, the 6th bullet point in the finances and budget section, to approve this bullet point as amended with contingent to the amendment addressing the event of total dissolution is included as a separate bullet. So if you vote in, or if you second this, whoever seconds it, you will be, and if you vote for this, you are voting for the second bullet, in the event of total dissolution bullet. At the same time, we're voting to include them both. It's just that they're going to be separate. I think that's exactly what Tim said. And I bet I didn't make it any easier for Wendy.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you really didn't. Can I read you what I have and maybe we can go from there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and yeah, I'll be a little hesitant because I'm trying to read my own shorthand. So the motion is to approve the 6th bullet point in the finances and budget section as amended. Here's where I get foggy. Contingent on the vote of the total dissolution bullet. That was horrible, wasn't it?
No, that's exactly it, though.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. All
right, go team.
So in the event that the total dissolution amendment appears as a separate bullet.
Got it.
It only took 4 people. So I need a second. Again, Ann?
I will second again.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the 6th amendment, whoops, sorry, not the 6th amendment, the 6th bullet. I'm going to ask Ruby to read it again, please.
If Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from WSESD, the withdrawing town would pay tuition to attend a designated school outside their town for post-elementary education. Brattleboro Area Middle School, BAMS, Brattleboro Union High School, BUHS, or another public or approved independent school that offers those grades. If Brattleboro withdraws, the status of BAMS and BUHS is unclear.
So that is the motion, or that is the wording that we are approving. We are also approving the in the event of total dissolution language as a separate bullet. Any
Do you want
further
me to read
discussion?
that as well?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
Wendy has that in the motion. Oh, yes, go ahead. Yeah, that's a really good idea. I didn't understand what you were asking. Please do, Ruby.
So that additional bullet that's contingent is in the event of total dissolution of the WSESD, school districts can collaborate to establish a union high school.
Can we add future school districts?
In the event, future school districts. Well, if it's total dissolution, the school districts have to form. So it's not really necessary.
I'm just looking for clarity.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, well, that might be it. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in, oh, I'm gonna have to, well, let me see if there are any nays, we'll have to do a name count. All those in favor of approving this item, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none.
Oh, wait a minute, isn't there an option to abstain?
Oh, yes, there is. Any abstentions?
Yes.
Okay, so now we got to, Sean is abstaining, so we have, I think we have to go through the list if we're not unanimous. So, let me see. We'll start in Putney. Ann?
Aye.
Yay,
Yay.
okay, Liz?
Yay.
Dummerston, Michelle?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Guilford, Sean?
Abstain.
Kelly?
Yay.
Brattleboro, Jackie?
Yay.
Tim?
Yay.
And Emily?
Yay.
Okay, so it passes with one abstention. So on to the next bullet, which actually in the past, we haven't had to vote on them if we thought that they were okay. So Ruby, would you read that bullet? And if there's no objection, we'll move on to the next one.
Yes, but excuse me, can I assume that you would want to remove WRCC from this language as you did from the previous bullet?
I believe so.
Okay. So it would read, if the WSESD is dissolved, BAMS and BUHS would become local Brattleboro schools and outlying towns would pay tuition for their students to attend.
Any objection? Okay, so that is accepted. Oh, I'm sorry, Ann.
I would actually prefer that we just remove this bullet point entirely, because the definition of what their being a local school is or is not is unclear, and is unclear how we would resolve the financial issues, so we don't know that this would become true. So I would prefer that we just remove this bullet.
We do know it's true. It's the way that it's written. And the last bullet was about individual towns leaving, and this one is if the State Board of Ed could dissolve the whole district if even one town leaves. So if the State Board of Ed or if all 4 towns vote to support it, then if there's a total dissolution, the State Board of Ed does not have the power to reinstate a unionized high school, in which case we'd have 4 districts. Brattleboro gets their schools in their district, and then future boards would have to work on things like unionizing, but it would be a process and it would be time. And this would be the immediate outcome of this. So it is what it is.
I think too,
I understand what you're saying. I maintain my objection. I believe that it's all too fuzzy, and it just sounds like we're giving property we own to Brattleboro, and I don't think it should stay.
Kelly, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have to thank Anne for bringing that up. And now that I look at it and hearing her statement, I guess it does look a little fuzzy to me. But when Michelle started mentioning about the state dissolving the WSESD.
Mm-hmm.
What I wondered was, and I mean, this is, I'm confused, as confused at all this stuff as I'm sure every other voter is, and so what I'm wondering is if the intention in this was, if the WSESD is dissolved by the state entity, or is that action?
It
I
could
guess
be.
it is confusing, and I guess I would agree with Anne that it should be, unless there is a further clarification, then I would object to that.
So there is further clarification. I understand the board hasn't taken time to learn about this, but this is outlined in our legislation. We've had feedback from the Agency of Education that's pulled the facts out of the books and weighed in on it. It doesn't matter if the people choose to dissolve the district or if the State Board of Ed decides in their deliberation that there's not in the best interest if they pull some towns out. So this would be what would happen. The last bullet was if individual towns left. This one is specific to if the entire district were to be gone and there was no more SD. And this is the outcome. That's how it works. The people that we would have to go through the process of new boards, doing a vote, forming a union high school, all that. But that's way past this vote. And the immediate thing would be, this is what happens. We'd have 4 separate school districts. The high school and BAMS, these schools would belong to Brattleboro because it's within their town. And I think depriving the idea of taking information that's factual and that's been supported and verified by the Agency of Education out of a document because board members haven't taken the time to learn to understand this themselves.
Michelle, please, no comments like that, please. That's judgmental. Please do not do that. It's fair to say, and it's true to say, that the Agency of Education expressed
interfered with anybody else but Michelle.
The Agency of Education is expressing an opinion. They say very clearly they're not lawyers and they're not telling you what to do, and check with your lawyer. And the opinions are not definitive. They are saying what they think is going to happen. But if any of these things happen, judges are going to make the determination.
Have you read the documents that were sent to us? It outlines this.
Yes, I read them all. I also
I'm not sure what was
contradict that. So the point is that Anne's choice is Anne's choice, and we'll leave it at that, and we'll go to the next speaker, and that's Thomas.
Just another quick thing. I'm pretty good with that point being listed in there, just again with a caveat of saying unless there's further action, because people who are not privy to all the information or haven't read everything in the public might assume that we're saying, and that's it. So I'm fine with it as it is if we just add a little thing to let people know, barring future high school unionization, for instance. Just a little thing saying barring future action.
So I think we're going to add that bullet next, and that's its own point to encompass that, correct? We're going to add that in the event of total dissolution, school districts can collaborate to establish a union high school.
If that's added to that part, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that was why I wanted to have it at the end to be its own highlighted thing that people would go through the process and say.
Andy?
Might I suggest a bullet point could be something to the effect of a pathway to a unified high school is established in statute. Just so that there's that clarity there. I don't think you necessarily need to identify the statute, but you could indicate that a pathway to reestablish a unified high school is established in statute.
Liz?
So it sounds like everybody is giving BUHS to Brattleboro. So something in there about after they satisfy their financial obligations to the other towns. Does that make sense?
I'm not following that thought, Liz. Can you pull it?
Well, all of us own the high school, Michelle, not just Brattleboro. So
Right.
Brattleboro would have to satisfy its financial obligations to the other towns before they can just take over the high school.
That is covered further up, that we talked about. There'd be a financial agreement to separate. That would be one of those financial agreements.
I think it should be included here, Michelle, because people already know this and they're probably, you know, they may not relate it to the prior bullet point.
Kelly?
So as we're, I really liked Thomas's suggestion. He made a suggestion to add something to there. So, and if it seemed to make sense to other people, then I would support that. Or if it seemed like just that other last bullet point would kind of pull it all together, then I would be inclined to support that. I wondered if maybe it might be helpful to have these last three, the two that are listed there, plus the one that we've added, if it would be helpful for the board to have all three read kind of in the order that they that it's being proposed, and then maybe we can see how it flows together, and then that might help us to take the necessary action on this one if the WSESD is dissolved, ...
That's a really good suggestion. And I think when we settle on this, what I don't want to do is have a draft constantly being altered on the screen, so people are watching the typing happen rather than attending to the conversation of their board members. But if we can find language to incorporate Thomas's suggestion, I could then ask Ruby to share the screen and we could look at all of them together.
I thought that by using that last one, I mean, we can't say that, you know, pending something different, because that would be not true. I mean, that is the way it happens, but I thought we were clarifying it with the last bullet so that people understood that that's not the end. But there is no legal avenue to avoid that. So we can't represent that.
Tim?
I thought Andy hit it on the head with a pathway to establishing high schools established by statute. I think that's all the voters need to know at this point. I respect Thomas's modification, but I think that Andy's bullet, having this as the last bullet, would suffice.
So basically pointing out the existence of a statutory way to reform the union district.
Right, for a document like this, I think that's sufficient.
Liz?
Sorry, I thought I took my hand down, but it went back up.
Oh, I took it down. You took it down and I put it back up thinking I was taking it down. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything to say, David.
Oh, okay. Any other comments? Okay, Thomas, do you think you could formulate the combination of what you said using the statutory language that Andy mentioned?
I can try.
Thank you.
If the WSESD is dissolved, BAMS, BUHS, and ART, and so on, all the way to the end, barring a unionized, oh geez, now that I say it is hard, barring a unionized high school as is. Andy, how did you put that? It is difficult.
No, motion by committee, it's fine.
A pathway to reform a union high school exists in statute.
Okay, so barring the, oh Jesus.
I don't think you want the word barring, because that implies the outcome could change, like in an immediate.
So
in the future, it would change.
Yeah.
Thomas, two separate sentences would work.
Okay, barring future action, unionization is codified in state statute. So if someone could do it better than that, please.
Andy?
I think we just go to, in the event of a dissolution of the WSESD, a pathway to the formation of a unified high school exists in statute.
Perfect.
Wendy and Ruby, do you have that, or do we need to hear it again? It was kind of quick. It went by kind of quickly.
I didn't get any of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Wendy, you're killing me.
Yeah, please, and continue to let us know that, Wendy, because it's
Okay, I shall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think I got it.
Okay, go ahead, Ruby.
And I guess I'd like to, so this is at the end. Do you want me to read the whole entire bullet or just this additional sentence?
This is going to be a separate bullet, isn't it?
Yes.
This is a separate bullet. This isn't the last bullet.
Okay.
This is either before or after that. That doesn't really matter at this point.
So we're adding another one. Okay, well, that's fine. So I think that it is in the event of the dissolution of the WSESD, a pathway to reestablish a unified high school exists in statute.
I think that's it.
Union High School, right?
Yes.
A unified high school.
No, it would be a union.
A union high
That's the
school?
language in that particular statute.
Okay.
So I just want, is that now the last bullet? Is that what we're
Well,
agreeing
it might
to?
be the last or the next to last, but that's the bullet that we conditionally approved with the previous item, the previous bullet.
Okay.
Jim's motion included language around this bullet. So we can figure out where it goes after.
Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure we weren't doing two sentences that were kind of the same.
Well, it might take three to say it all. So I think I want to recognize Robin's good advice about asking Ruby to put it up, and also somebody pointed out that having it in front of us would help. I got to admit someone here. So Ruby, could you let me make sure I have to stop sharing, I think, in order to let you share. So would you share your rewrite of those three bullets, please? You're muted, Ruby.
I can share it and I can take away the changes. It will be a little bit confusing looking, but just prepare yourselves for some black lining.
Okay. Well, it won't be confusing when we're done.
Great. Do you see a whole bunch of black lined language?
See a lot of words and a lot of color, and it's small for one thing.
Okay. Sorry,
I'll
I
use
have a
more of
big
the
screen.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. I'm also these last two, I'm really not quite clear what happened and whether or not you want one of them replaced the other. So I just put
think you have one in red there. In the event of the dissolution of the WSESD, a pathway to reestablish a union high school exists in statute. That was what Andy just articulated. And I think what Thomas was implying, or maybe said directly, and a lot of people have said that they see as a good solution. The next one, I think that is, well, we aren't talking about that one. So if you want to hide it or whatever, the one we're talking about, I think, and I believe we're talking about this as a separate bullet. So it's the red language. In the event of the dissolution of the WSESD, a pathway to reestablish a union high school exists in statute. Is that what we are contemplating as an additional bullet?
Yes.
Okay, I don't hear any no's, so I'm thinking I see people unmuting, but I don't see any hands.
I was just going to make a proper, I was going to move that we do that if we need a proper motion.
No, we don't have to. We just accept that and move on to the next one. Any opposition to accepting this bullet and moving on to the next one? We may move them in order on the sheet, but as far as the content, any opposition to the current content?
I hate to be a pill, but I'll abstain again.
Oh, we're not going to vote.
Oh, all right.
So, okay, so we can, thank you, Ruby. we will move on to the next one, which is if the WSESD is dissolved, BAMS and BUHS, I think WRCC comes out again, would become local Brattleboro schools, and the outlying towns would pay tuition for their students to attend. And we know that there is statute to the effect of that this is true.
Mm-hmm.
Andy, you're convinced that there is a law that says this is what happens?
Yeah.
Okay. Any objections to this article or this bullet?
I object to calling them local Brattleboro schools because it sounds like they simply own them then, and they do not.
Well, local has a really pretty, well, I don't know if it has a spin. We talk about local boards, but I don't know that it says school district board, not local. So I don't know if we need to keep that word. If it has a meaning, a syntax that
We can take out local. It means the same thing to me either way, so that's not a problem.
Okay, let me make a note. 904. So looking at that bullet and removing local and removing WRCC, is there anyone that, anything further? Kelly?
Yeah, so it sounds like Anne's objection or her concern is based on the impression that Brattleboro would then own these schools. And it sounds like, if I understand correctly, from Anne and Liz at least, that there would be more to it. Brattleboro wouldn't just retain ownership, that there would be more to the, I mean, presumably they could obtain ownership, but they would have to settle their debts with the other towns. And I wonder if maybe there could be something kind of like a word or two included in there, even if it's addressed above, as I think Michelle had said that it had been. If just in that portion there, it could reference that there were in some way reference that it's not like, okay, well now Brattleboro here's the deed to the schools or whatever.
How about if the WSESD is dissolved and financial implications, I don't know, if the WSESD is dissolved and pending financial agreements, BAMS, BUH, and would become local Brattleboro schools.
Could you scroll up a bit, Dave?
Yeah, or we could add up there. We could add that as a specific financial, specify that building exchange. We were trying to not outline every single thing because it's they don't have numbers attached to them yet, but so we can either add that up in the upper one where we talk about exiting expenses, or we could say something like that if the WSESD is dissolved.
Maybe something like legal,
Pending,
some way to get legal
financial agreement. Pending financial agreement.
Yeah.
Would that work for people?
Yeah, that's nice and simple. Yeah, I was thinking legal financial arrangement, but that's fine. To pay tuition. So if the WSESD is all BAMS, BUHS would become local Brattleboro schools pending financial, no, because it's really pending financial agreement.
I think after dissolved, if the WSESD is dissolved, pending financial agreement, BAMS, BUH, and WRCC would become Brattleboro schools. And we took out the word local. Brattleboro schools and outlying towns would pay tuition for their students to attend.
Sounds good. How is that clear?
That's much clearer to me.
So,
Sure.
so
You
last
also
bullet-
removed WRCC as well.
Yep.
Yes, sorry. Do they just float? I'm curious then. So that they wouldn't, because it's basically the school buildings in the Brattleboro land. Not that we have a lot of time to talk about different things. I was just,
Wait, ask that again, please.
so the WRCC is completely its own entity. It doesn't matter that's Brattleboro within town limits. It doesn't have to belong to that, because that's kind of how this whole thing works, is that just basically you retain the schools within your town limits until, other agreements might be made.
There are other governance models for the career centers.
Okay, let's not mess with that and just take it out. That's fine. I like to understand things.
So we've omitted the WRCC and the word local, and we have added after the first comma, after dissolved, we are adding pending financial agreement, comma, and then BAMS BUHS would become Brattleboro schools, and the outlying towns would pay tuition for their students to attend. And previously we've said that there's a path to the union school, so that both of those points are clear and are separate. So is there Frank has his hand up.
Unfortunately, I did want to clarify that the Windham Regional Career Center is not a separate entity. It shares the Windham Southeast School District tax ID, and it is definitely not a separate entity. Nancy's point was well made, but the reality is they're not one of the 5 independent technical centers in the state, and therefore they're subject to all of what would be you've already contemplated around the BUHS dissolution. So I don't think it's a key point, but if you're trying to dot the I's, cross the T's,
We are.
That's a fact.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it would be, it's clearly part of this district, not a shared among multiple districts. They just send their students to one that's part of our district, the SD district.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be, the consideration wouldn't be given to making it the 6th of the independents. It would go to Brattleboro.
Yeah, that's the open question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It could be dissolved and then the kids go to Springfield, as Nancy said. If it was dissolved, then yes, kids have the right to go to career technical education, and they could go, the Brattleboro kids could go to Springfield.
Are you confident that we're safe leaving it in, that it would become a local Brattleboro school once all the fiscal arrangements were made?
It seems by default, if the high school is going to continue to operate as a Brattleboro town school, right? It is affiliated with that campus. It shared the debt that went in to build that and renovate it. So
not an easy separation for sure.
Right.
Great. So Nancy, if you have a different interpretation, otherwise we'll leave that in.
The only thing I want to say is that WRCC is not it's part of a high school entity, but it is not a standalone school.
Gotcha.
So it cannot, I don't have a graduation ceremony for students. They belong to their sending school.
Right, gotcha.
So while our assets belong to Brattleboro, students have the right to come and their district pays tuition to Brattleboro or to, right now, WSESD, in order to have their students come to the Career Center. So like Twin Valley students come, but Twin Valley pays to have them come. Does that make sense, David?
Yeah, thank you. So we're leaving WRCC in, but taking out local. Ann, you had your hand up, and did I
No, it was actually, I was going to try to explain what Nancy just did.
Just said, okay.
It's that the building is subject to the disposition of the high school, but attendance at the Career Center does not change.
Okay.
for
So
students who
any
might go out.
further, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Any further questions or thoughts on this last bullet on this first page? I'm not seeing any. So we're done with one page. It's been an hour since our last break. It's 9:12, so we will take another 5 minutes to get our blood flowing through our arteries and get our metabolism a little bit higher than that of a rutabaga. And we'll be back at 9:18.
David?
Yes.
Can you go back up because it almost looks like we're saying two separate things.
There are 2 pages.
Right. But we're saying at one point, something about the.
Hold on a second, Liz. I have to get the. I've got somebody. Somebody's unmuted, or else we're bombed. I'm going to mute you for a second, Liz. Can you unmute yourself, Liz?
Does that work?
Yes, there was a lot of sound in there.
Okay.
You want to wait a minute to, or go ahead. What you wanted me to move this on the screen?
Yeah, that's fine where it is.
Okay.
Nevaeh.
Oh, so sorry.
Let's see. I guess it's okay. If Brattleboro withdraws the status of BAM's VUHS in the WRC.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you wanted to
It
read.
almost doesn't make, I don't know. It sounds weird when you read those two things together, but that's okay. And it was my house making the noise, sorry.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear you and it sounded like somebody was unmuted in their kitchen.
Yes, they were actually.
Oh, thanks. So we're back and we have completed the first page of the 2-pager. And so now we will move to the second page. And this, as you can see, I think if you can all see, if that's in the center of your screen, this the left side deals with services and resources and describes the SU. Well, I'll let you read through that. I can read it out loud, but basically you can read through that yourself. I don't think that any of this is controversial. It's just describing the district. So are there, if I hope everyone's had time to read through that, are there any things in that services and resources section that people have questions or concerns about? I'm not seeing any hands. So we'll move to the the right-hand column, board and school district configuration. The current WSESD board consists of 10 members elected from Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney. All board members are elected by and represent constituents in all 4 towns. The board oversees the operation of 10 public schools in these towns and focuses on district-wide needs and issues as well as issues specific to individual schools. Any questions about that bullet? Move on to the next one. Upon approval of the town withdrawing from the WSESD, a new school board will be elected, consisting solely of representatives who live in that town. The number of people on the board is to be determined. A local school board would focus on issues and needs of the schools and voters in that town only. Thoughts on that one? Kelly.
It's just a little confusing, and I don't know if maybe other people can see it as confusing and need clarification, but where it says a new school board will be elected, when I first read that, I was thinking that, so let's say that Putney decided to remove themselves. And I say this only because Guilford, I have to keep Guilford in here for a moment. So let's say Putney decided to move themselves out. It's not clear whether a new school board would be elected in Putney, or if that means that the remaining towns in the WSESD would retain the representatives who are on the board at that point, or if that the WSESD would be electing a new school board. I don't know if anybody else sees that as a little confusing.
I think what the first part, the approval of a town withdrawing from the SD, I mean, you might be able to change that, but that says if a town withdraws, a new school board will be elected, which is, I think, pretty much the entire story.
Well, if no one else finds it confusing, then that's fine.
Yep. The only thing that I think needs to be here, especially since the SU is described on the left side, on the left-hand column, is that the local school board would focus on issues and needs of the schools and voters in that town only. They would also, I would add something like, they would also have representation on the supervisory and the WSESU board. Something that, because that's not all the schools deal with. Their representatives are elected to the SU and go and deal with the SU-wide issues as well. So that reads like they wouldn't, the local school board wouldn't have anything to do with food service or committees or special ed services. They wouldn't have a voice in that, and they certainly do have a voice in the SU. So something, we need to add a sentence there. Emily?
I actually had the same comment as Kelly. I do think the second one, it's not overly confusing because you have the first bullets, but I would have said something like, upon approval of a town withdrawing from the WSESD, that town would elect a new school board consisting solely of representatives who live in that town or who reside there or something like that. I'm just a little like, I think there's a lot of school boards being talked about. So I would be specific that we're not going to hold WSESD re-election.
A new school board will be elected in that town?
Yeah.
Does that work? A new school board will be elected in that town, in the withdrawing town?
Yeah, I think that's, as long as you clarify that, then it means we're not holding like a WSESD re-election.
Sure. So in the withdrawing town, we'll add to, so Ruby, if you got that, a new school board will be elected in the withdrawing town, consisting solely of representatives who live in that town.
And then, yep, and an additional sentence on the bottom saying that the school board will have representation on the WSESU board.
You don't think that's redundant because the sentence right exactly to the left of it states that, is specifically states in the event that the town withdraws, they continue?
I think that the problem is in that town only.
Okay, voters in that town.
That limits it in a way that it's not.
With continued representation under the supervisory union at the end? With continued representation in the supervisory union? Does that work?
Oh, yeah, continued. Yeah, continued is good.
With continued representation in the supervisory union.
So comma, with continued representation. Okay, so now that is amended to read, this is the second bullet. Upon, and I'm just kidding, I want to, upon approval of a town withdrawing from the WSESD, a new school board will be elected in the withdrawing town, consisting solely of representatives who live in that town. The number of people on the board is to be determined. The local school board would focus on issues and needs of the schools and voters in that town only, with continued representation in the supervisory, in the WSESU. Any other thoughts or comments on that one?
I just want to make sure we say by the withdrawing town, not in the withdrawing town, just a grammar thing.
Oh, on the last line?
No, up a little bit higher. Will be elected by where am I again? A new school board will be elected by the withdrawing town. Or in, I don't care. Pick it. In.
Oh, I see. Instead of in the withdrawing town.
It's a preposition. It doesn't really matter.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
They're interchangeable, aren't they? It's not really a grammar thing.
Okay. I thought it was in a different sentence. I couldn't quite figure it out.
Okay.
Okay. So any other comments or amendments or changes on that one, on the second bullet? Okay. The third bullet. If Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from WSESD, Brattleboro Area Middle School, BAMS, Brattleboro Union High School, BUHS, and Windham Regional Career Center, our WRCC, would no longer be in their local district. Tuition would have to be paid by the school district the student resides in to attend any schools outside their newly formed district, BAMS, BUHS, WRC, or any other public or approved independent school that offers those grades. The withdrawing town will not have board representation or ability to vote on the budget of the schools outside their local district if Brattleboro withdraws. The status of secondary schools is, if Brattleboro withdraws, the status of secondary schools is unclear. Now, I think in that middle section, because of when we had added up above, the thing about that there needs to be something in there about the union school district could be formed, or something has to come out, so we don't have to have that whole conversation again, because this is redundant and we can take it out because it's redundant. But that's my thought. Tim? Are you unmuted, Tim? We can't, we're not hearing you, Tim. Well, I'm going to go on to Thomas and then we'll come back.
Yeah, my quick take was that, similar to you, that either it is redundant or we have to add that point again about the possibility of a unionized board.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. I see Tim is back.
Yeah, that's it. I agree with Thomas, and also it's a minor grammar thing. Tuition would have to be paid by the school district in which the student resides to attend any.
Yeah. So the only thing I would say is just that if this probably feels like a lot because we're picking it apart word by word, but if you stood back and looked at the whole document, it's actually not that much information. So to keep repeating the same thing, I do worry about it being redundant. We're not trying to, this was meant to be like concise. And I think it feels like a lot because we're picking apart every word and having long conversations. But if you actually stood back and looked at the pretty blocks of information, it's all right there in front of you. I don't know that we need to keep repeating ourselves.
So
just saying, that's my thought.
Are you saying, so so after the Dummerston Guilford Putney withdraws from the school, Windham Regional Career Center would no longer be in their local district, and then take out the tuition would have to be paid by the school district student resides in the newly formed district down to the end of that parenthetical section?
Well, I mean,
that out?
we could clean it up. I was mostly, I think our point here was that we just wanted to make sure that people understood that if you are not within your school district, you don't have representation or vote on the budget. So
Yeah.
that's really what we're going for. And
Yeah,
we took off the longer one, so.
Yeah, that's the crucial point. I think it makes the point better if that center section is gone.
I think for some reason, yeah, I agree. I think for a second we were avoiding the word tuitioning, but I don't know. It's we can clean that up a little bit so it's not so redundant and get to the point.
Any other comments on this one?
Well, what are you going to take out? Because otherwise you run into the whole thing about what schools the kids can go to.
Right, yeah, well, I'll go over before we, I'm just looking for more comments and then we'll go over what actually is we'll be real clear about what's coming out. Any other comments? Okay, so this one would read, if Dummerston, Guilford, or Putney withdraws from WSESD, BAMS, BUHS, and Windham Regional Career Center would no longer be in their local district. The next sentence, all the way down to the end of the parenthetical phrase, is stricken, and the rest of the bullet is the withdrawing town will not have board representation or ability to vote on the budget of schools outside their local district. If Brattleboro withdraws, the status of secondary schools is unclear. Thomas.
Again, that still doesn't clarify to people that it can be unified later. It's the same issue.
It's not under that section. It's under the section of board configuration and representation. I don't.
This is board's district configuration.
Right. So we're specifying.
I'm sorry.
We're specifying what representation would look like. That's why I agree that middle sentence shouldn't be in there, but the tuition part, I to look at it again with fresh eyes. But we're just specifying that if you are not if you're not part of a school in your district, you don't have representation in that district.
I'm sorry. Okay, I misunderstood.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Kelly.
I don't know if anybody else sees it as a little confusing, but I do, and I think I'm trying to look at it is in the light of, I understand some of these things. Some of these things are clear to me because I'm in the middle of hearing all these things all the time, but I'm trying to be a little more careful about when I say, oh, gee, that's clear. So I don't want anybody to think I'm, trying to pick apart anything, but when this talks about will no longer have representation, I think it appears to be a little confusing because there is still some connection in the SU. So I don't know if anybody else finds it a little confusing or that there might need to be something else here that says kind of like a disclaimer that makes it clear that it's separate from the SU. I'm probably not saying that very well.
No, you're fine, Kelly. I mean, we had added that up again on the top. It says it over on the left. If it's, we tried to not be redundant and beat people down with things, but that's fine. Well, the withdrawing town will not have board representation or ability to vote on the budget of schools outside their local district. And I don't know that if we need that if Brattleboro one comes in either, but schools continue to have equal representation under the supervisory union.
Yes, I think that makes it more clear.
Sure. Schools continue to have representation under the supervisory union. That's what I said, Ruby.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, I was writing, Sean. Go ahead.
Okay. I think Kelly's point is well taken. When Vernon left the District 6, they lost all representation. So there was no member, as there always had been. There's no member director on the District 6 board from the town of Vernon. So they lost all the say in anything that happened on the BUHS campus. And that would be, that same thing would carry over if the BUH campus was no longer a union high school, or if a town left and wasn't a part of the union, then yeah, I mean, it happened with Vernon. That's all I'm saying. So they gave up all their equity in the high school when they left the District 6.
Other thoughts or questions on this one where we have taken out the sentence in the middle and added continued representation in WSESU, and that the schools continue to have representation under, no, I'm sorry. Schools continue to have representation under the WSESU. Any other comments on this one? Okay. And the last one on the 2-pager, if the WSESD is dissolved, BAM's BUHS.
David, can I ask you just to make sure, did you strike the, if Brattleboro withdraws, the status is unclear?
No, I don't believe so. That's still there.
Thanks.
Yep. Yep. So if the WSESD is dissolved, BAM's BUHS and WRCC would become local Brattleboro schools, and outlying towns would pay tuition for their students to enroll in these schools.
I think that's on the one above it. That could just be a typo. I would have to scroll back up to see it. On hour 200, you start getting real tired wrapping it up.
Oh, it's there twice.
Yeah, no, it's not quite the same. No, it is basically the same.
Outlying towns would pay tuition, and here it says,
yeah, I think
tuition. So
I think it was.
This can just go.
Yeah, I think. Yep, that's good to have extra proofreaders.
So, so we've been.
Now we have a bullet.
Yep. So we've been through the 2-pager. The original plan was to go through the 2-pager and the 6-pager, or 6-pager. I think that's probably an unrealistic plan at 9:39. We have not had an opportunity to hear from the public. So I would like to recommend to the board, well, Andy, do you, nope, you took his hand.
That was going to be my question, David. I've noticed that we have a number of people in the public that.
Exactly, that's where I was going. Thank you. Yeah, people have been sitting now for for 3.5 hours and gotten to see how sausage is made. And so if the board is agreeable, I'd like to open the conversation to members of the public on this document alone, about the information in this document. Any questions, any clarifications, any comments, any suggestions are welcome, but only on this document, only on the work that we just did. So any members of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand so I know who you are, and I will try to pronounce your name properly. And we will take comments until we're done. I am seeing none. Is my machine? Bethany, thank you. Go ahead, Bethany.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I super extremely sentence structure. I'm extremely impressed with the work that Michelle and her committee did. And I'm a little disheartened to see how much she's been shushed and stopped from having a voice throughout this meeting. It's really disheartening and disappointing. And I also want to say that the point of this document, from my understanding, you could tell me if I'm wrong, is so that actual fact information can get out to voters as soon as possible, I would hope, so that they can make an educated decision about what they're going to be voting on, and already are, because absentee ballots are already out there. And I appreciate the work that you all are doing, but it does feel like some of the stuff that you guys are coming up with is also slanting it a little bit towards the way that each person might want people to vote, in that it's trying to take what is actually factual information and truths and put it into, well, it could be this or possibly that, or we want it to be this. And that's seems frustrating to me, and I want to just commend Michelle and her committee for work done doing the appropriate, legal, truthful stuff with this. And I think it needs to be really clear as you do the longer article that this is information that voters need ASAP, and it needs to be actual information that is based on fact and not based on, well, we want to make sure that they know this and we want to make sure they know that. Because really, if you wanted to make sure they know that, then you should have done this a long time ago and given way more time to educate voters. So kudos to Michelle, and I really hope the long form doesn't involve so much partisan opinionated stuff getting added to it.
Thank you, Bethany.
Other comments from the public? Okay, Ruby and then Alan.
So the Putney Leadership Council had a meeting yesterday, and I think there was a comment raised about people not understanding, for a simple document like this, not understanding the difference between the SU and the SD and needing clarity around whenever the WSESU is introduced, just understanding that people won't necessarily know what that means. And also hoping that, or a request that if it's identified as being prepared by the Communications Council, that people understand who is on the Communications Council, or have it be just prepared by the WSESD board. So that's just passing on comments that I had heard.
Thank you. Ellen and then Beth.
Hi, thank you. I know that there are people here who, including myself, who have things to say that are outside of this document. And I'm wondering if you can just give us an idea of what the agenda is going to look like for the rest of the meeting, so we can just be prepared for when that might happen, when that might be able to happen. I mean, we're just desperate for a forum to ask questions about this, and it feels like it's very last minute and it's concerning.
Best I can tell you for sure, because the board has to, make these decisions, but is that after this, we'll vote on whether to authorize distribution of the 2-pager. And I think then we'll have, assuming that we're going to agree to not take on the 6-pager tonight, but try and come up with a separate plan for that. We would have comments from the public on items not on the agenda, and that would be the time. So it could be very shortly, depending on how many more speakers there are.
Thank you.
Beth?
Yeah, thank you. Also want to give a shout out to the Communications Council for all the hard work that they've done. I think reviewing this document tonight and how it went has demonstrated that it feels very irresponsible, to be honest, for the board to have put forward this issue at this time, with this time frame, with the lack of clarity and understanding around it. I just think it's important to recognize what we're putting forward to the voters is a really big ask and virtually impossible to inform everybody the way that they need to be.
Maggie Foley?
Thanks. I will echo Beth's thought that tonight's process just reinforces for me that this is an incredibly irresponsible timeline to be making such a huge and impactful decision. And as a part of that, I think the voters also deserve the full information. And I think it just took, what, 2.5 hours to go through a 2-page document. When will voters have access to the 6-page document that should provide further information that they need to make an informed choice in the election that is 2 weeks from tonight?
We don't have an answer for that yet. Regina?
Hi, thanks, David. What will the board's plan be to disseminate this information, the short form, once you approve it tonight? And will you publish it in local papers?
I'm not sure about local papers. I'm not, it will, well, that actually, the Communications Council has an extensive distribution list. The school district itself through central office has an extensive distribution list. And the Communications Council also has a lot of social media as well as town sources to distribute it. So it'll be as broadly distributed as possible. I'm not sure if, we haven't talked about whether we put it in the reformer in the Commons, although that certainly, that certainly can be discussed and we can decide that tonight. Michelle?
If there's anyone else from the public that wants to speak.
Ellen just put her hand up again, but so I'll leave it to you.
I was just going to ask if we could approve this and with our plan to distribute it, and if we could immediately schedule a special meeting to approve the long one. Luckily, like I had said, all of the information on this one came right off, so we can assume those will all be adjusted on the other page. I'm sure Ruby could work on that tonight, but I'd like to plan schedule a special meeting right now, tomorrow. Get it done. I mean, we're disenfranchising voters every single moment they don't have information. We're depriving them the information they need to make an informed vote. That is disenfranchisement. It's not okay. People are voting already with no information, and we put this forward. So I would like for us to take that responsibility very seriously. And if you do what you have to do, and if let's make a quorum and get this done tomorrow, please. If I need to make a motion to make that official, I will.
Tosha Tillman.
Hi, Tosha Tillman, Guilford. I want to signal boost what Maggie and Beth spoke to. As a member of the public that has waited over 3 hours to be able to process this information and try to be an informed person to make an informed decision, it feels impossible for anyone to get grounded. Like if the board itself is workshopping a 2-page document to go out to the public, potentially go out to the public about it, how can the board have confidence that the public will have any information that they need to make a decision? So thank you.
Ellen?
Hi, this is Emily. I'm curious to know if the Agency of Education was contacted in this process and what advisement they gave in regards to how this would flush out for our local district.
Yeah, the agency was contacted many times, and I think a lot of the information that the Communications Council presented is based on information from the agency. Jackie?
Hi, thanks. I couldn't agree more with Michelle, and I'm available tomorrow. Let's do this tomorrow and get it done and out to people. Thanks.
Kelly?
So I want to say that I hope that the public understands that everyone who is on this school board is on this school board because they care about kids, they care about students, they care about their communities, and their we did not, I'll speak for myself in this. I felt that it was my responsibility to vote to allow the voters to make this decision. Now, Of course, having done that, we need to try to make sure that they have all the information that they can, so that they make the best decision for themselves, for their communities, for their students, their children, etc. But I'm thinking back on the timeline, and I think someone else can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were just informed that this was that there was this loophole in the law. We were informed like in November-ish, I think. And so trying to, and then I'd have to go back in the previous meetings and listen to things or read the minutes, etc., to get a better sense of it. And I wish I had done so. But I know that we've talked about this in a number of meetings. And it takes time to try and get together information. I think we've sent this to, at least once we sent it to our attorney to get some information about the law, or, I mean, there have been many steps. This is, I think we were trying to do our due diligence to make sure that we were providing adequate information, which was why the Communication Council was tasked with coming up with all this information for the public. I applaud them for their efforts. They obviously took a lot of time to try and get this together. And so anyone who's done that, I mean, of course, it's a big task. So I also am frustrated that this has taken 3 hours to go through this 2-page document, but I feel that it is really important. I feel like we've all tried to make sure that this is in the best interest of the voters. And I really hope that the voters understand that and believe that, because I wholeheartedly feel that way. I do hope that this longer document, it would have been helpful to have received the document and been able to read through it and maybe come up with some thoughts ahead of time. So if there is another 6-page document, it would be helpful to receive that ahead of time to try and at least go through it, so it's not a cold read through it. So I can maybe have some idea of how I feel about things and my suggestions if I have any. And so, but again, I hope the voters understand that we are all here to try and support the families and the community and the students who are really the students who are the reason we are all here. And we're all trying to do this in good faith. So.
Thanks, Kelly. Thomas?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly comment on why the timeline is the way it is because the state legislature appears to be at least considering changing the law. So this would most likely be the last window of opportunity that we would have to voice our opinion. So that's why it's being brought up now, not say in a year, because in a year, quite possibly, it will not be allowed.
Emily?
Hi, I do have a question about the 6-pager, but I want to respond to what Thomas just stated. I'd like to know more about how you know that, and what more you can say, and who that came from, because we've spoken to, I have heard from Sarah Coffey that there's not anything pending that she knows about. She's meeting with the Education Committee of the House next week. Can you say more? And I do have a follow-up question that I hope that you could come back to me, David.
Yeah, I will. I think a lot of people are just read about the State Board of Ed approving the dissolution of the Reedsboro and Halifax merger. And in that process, they found out that they really didn't have any alternative for a merger where towns voluntarily merged, that all the state board could do was make sure that they were able to educate their students, and then they had to approve it. And the chair of the state board recognized that and communicated that information to the agency, and the agency said they would look into legislation to, it seemed to be I don't know, I can't think of the exact word, but it ran against the intentions in Act 46, and the two laws seem to be opposed to each other. So they were looking to clean that up. Since then, and I think I see Jody Normandale just raised her hand. Since then, I think on February 3rd, two bills have been introduced, 180 and 182, both of which deal with what a lot of legislators have been saying would never happen, which is more statute around the forced mergers of Act 46. So it's a real concern, and it's a real likelihood. And as has been said a number of times, well, maybe not tonight, but certainly among board members in the last few weeks, is that the Supreme Court determined that the legislature has the authority. The state of Vermont can force districts to merge. And because law doesn't exist dealing with people like us, forced mergers, that doesn't mean they can't make law that exists and deals with it. There are all kinds of questions around that, but the fact is there are two laws now that, because they have that in their title, anything can come up in there related to Act 46. So it's a real concern. And what was your second question, Emily?
I'm wondering about the 6-pager and if there's more facts about tax rates. And I know that, let's see, projected tax rates. So maybe that doesn't have a place on the 6-pager, but I think that the board must know, if you're asking people to vote about this, about financial implications. And I want to know about tax rates, and I want to know about what the board understands will be the work of the administrators and the teachers and the central office if they have to renegotiate individual districts.
We haven't taken up the question of hypothetical tax rates, and that'll be after the 6-pager. So I don't know what else I can say about that. So I'm going to just keep working down the line here, since board and this is the public's time, but the board members seem to want to speak as well. So we'll just work down the line. Michelle?
Yeah, I think this is from a bit ago. I just wanted to clarify, because I keep hearing the Communication Council was tasked with this. Our objective is to increase public engagement with the board's work through effective communications. So I just want to be clear that I want to thank Robin Morgan and Ruby McAdoo, because it was the three of us who did all of this work. And this is really outside of our scope and was a gift, as a service gift to our community, because it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do, and someone had to do it. But it's really outside the scope of the Communication Council. So I just wanted to be clear about that, so that this shouldn't be the norm.
This was definitely above and beyond, no question. Tammy.
Hi, my name is Tammy McNamara. I am a member of the Dummerston School Leadership Council. I'm also a parent and a member of the Dummerston community. I'm speaking for myself at this moment, but I just want to say that this question being put on the ballots with this short of a time frame, without any input from the school leadership councils or the teachers at the schools, just really feels rushed. And I don't feel served as a community member at all by this board's decision to put this on the ballots in the towns. And I was not asked for any input as a member of the leadership council. And these councils were formed as a way to give the towns local input, and none of our input was taken into account. And I think if you listen to our teachers, you will find that their input was also not taken into account for this rushed ballot question. And so I just wanted to give you that input as a voter, as a parent, as a member of the town of Dummerston.
Thank you. Molly?
Yeah, that's a good segue into it. I was going to say, thanks, Tammy. Yeah, I'm concerned that the voters of Dummerston have ballots in hand right now, and these papers aren't out. I know there are two sitting down on my dining room table and one on its way to UVM. It's just concerning to me. I've been doing a lot of research, so I kind of have been seeing more about it. But I wondered, David, I didn't hear you mention the letter from the Dummerston teachers, and I didn't know if you were interested in having that read tonight, or yeah, I guess my biggest concern is that, metaphorically speaking, we're on a river, right, that is significantly downstream from where it was when Act 46 and all those debates were happening. And I'm just a little concerned that our electorate could interpret the question we're looking at as a revisiting of Act 46. And I think we're in a very different landscape right now. And the pandemic has informed me as both an educator and a community member about how the merged district has worked for us and for our students. And so I'm wondering if you want that letter read, or if board members have it in hand.
I think the board members have all seen it. The appropriate time to present it is either now or in the hearing to the public on the things not on the agenda. The agenda is this report. The topic is obviously these warrant articles. So either now or in that section, that would be the time for that to be read. It's not, I don't believe it's, I'm the one that should be reading it. It's your expression. I understood that you plan to read it this evening. So now would be a perfect time, or later, or during the public comment.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll read it right now then. And I'm speaking for, gosh, I didn't count. I just don't want people to think I'm speaking for just myself. Let's see, 6, 8, 10,
19,
14, 16. Yeah, 19 members of the staff and faculty at Dummerston. So dated February 12th, 2021, we, the undersigned teachers and staff of Dummerston School, have met to discuss the ballot question about whether to withdraw from the merged school district, see Article 14 below. Many of us were surprised to learn that this very important question was added to the ballot on January 20th by our select board. A question with such complex ramification certainly deserves careful, thoughtful consideration by all and extensive education for the electorate. We collectively encourage voters to vote no to Article 14, withdrawal from the WSESD, for the following reasons. Not now. Our nation is in the midst of a pandemic and many of us are stretched incredibly thin right now. We question whether we and the broader electorate have the time and energy to carefully consider the implications of the question at hand. 2, the merged district has only been in effect since July 1, 2019, and we have been in a global pandemic for 11 of the 18 months since its formation. It is impossible to assess the pros and cons of the recent changes of our district as they have been overshadowed by these highly unusual current events. 3, there are financial and supervisory union implications of withdrawing from the merger that are as yet to be defined: status of BUHS, cost of changing, cost of special education services, ability to stay below the cap. We have witnessed 4, we've witnessed the following as a result of the merger, qualified by the second bullet above, which is the fact that we've been in a pandemic for 11 of the 18 months. Some movement toward shared resources across the district, though not as much as we have desired in some areas. Our hope is that this movement will continue and grow significantly when we get back to normal after the pandemic. Comparison with other district schools have pointed out ways in which Dummerston students have been underserved in some areas in years past, and there's a movement toward equalization for all students across the district. Additional support for technology needs and initiatives. Access to capital funding for essential maintenance and upgrades, such as resources allocated to purchase a new backup boiler and evening custodial support. Shared knowledge and expertise to address facilities, health and safety issues relating to the school, its upkeep and mandated health and safety policies. Expansion of food services, including breakfast for all, and support from central kitchens and staff. Support for revamping and extending our outdoor spaces. Flexibility for families to consider the best schooling options for their children, particularly as related to the pandemic. Remote students able to seamlessly join classes taught by teachers from other towns with students from other schools. This allowed us to keep our remote staff on board to help hybrid students with remote learning days. An increased air of collegiality and sharing among staff from different schools. The ballot question seems to have arisen without any input from the staff at the school. Although we do not speak for the school and its employees as a whole, we feel that we have considerable insight into this matter, which would affect our students and our jobs, and we would like our voices to be heard. We love our small community-based school, and we want it to be the best that it can possibly be for the children of Dummerston. Thank you, Allie Gregory, kindergarten, Beth Montgomery, grade 1, Heidi Bristol, grade 2, Kathy Evans, grade 3, Molly Stoner, grade 4, Lindsay Glaybeck Royce, grade 5, 6 STEM, Susanna Cassidy Friedman, grade 5, 6 Humanities, Keith Marshall, 7, 8 STEM, Ellen Rego, 7, 8 Humanities, Jen Brown, middle school academic support, Carmen Winchester, pre-K to 4 academic support, Julianne Giordano, special educator, Rita McCory, music, Kimberly Lane, PE, Melissa Petrosky, library, Benjamin Ferguson, art, Dan Bailey, facilities manager, Marianne Runge, school nurse, Erica Garnett, school counselor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Jody?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. This is
Yes.
Jody Normando from Dummerston. I want to answer Emily, I believe, and follow up on what David said. I'm kind of a State Board of Education junkie, and I do watch their meetings. And at one of their meetings, particularly one of their meetings, they brought this issue up because of Halifax and Reedsboro. And they came to the conclusion that they needed to talk to the legislature about, it's not a loophole, but about the law that was passed back in the 1950s or early 60s that has been on the books for this long. So they directed their chairman, John Carroll, who happened to be one of 2 who voted not to merge us, really a very intelligent guy, I think, and to go to the legislature. So then I went to the legislature and I watched him testify to, I think it was the Senate Education Committee, and he's been testifying at both the House and the Senate. And the Secretary of Education has been down there testifying to the legislature also to try to get rid of this way that people can get, that school districts can get out. So Emily has asked the question, and so many people have asked the question and don't believe that this is happening. But if they want to contact me, I can direct them to the videos of these, of either the State Board of Education or the legislature to show them what is actually happening. And they have quite a bit of pull with the legislature. So far, I think, you know, your legislators are right. Nothing is on the books yet for this particular aspect. The one that's being presented that David mentioned is from the House, and more towards letting us out of merger. The State Board and the AOE are working to get rid of that law or change the law. So I just wanted to make that clear. And Emily, I'm glad you brought it up because it gave me a chance to make that clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Sean?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to make the comment, and this refers back to Emily's question about the financial aspect of things. If you go to the WSESD website, and then you go to the merged district, and then you go to agenda, I think it's the 5th bullet point down. It says potential dissolution financial spreadsheet, and they're sheets of papers that show the financial impact with the existing, our budget that hopefully will pass on March 2nd for the $52+ million. And then it takes that and it goes through every town and it shows in a dissolution, if all things were equal as they are today, what the actual tax impact would be to every town. And it's extremely well laid out. And it's not difficult to discern what is shown. So that is definitely available information now. Thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you. I'm Jamie Comtois from, I sit on the Communications Council, and I also am on the Putney Central School Leadership Council. I also was a part of the Putney Central School Board when we transitioned into our merged state and spent, if I recall, two meetings a week, many hours at each of those meetings creating the merged board with others who are on this call. And so one, I wanted to apologize to, I think I heard it from Tammy and a couple others, that leadership councils weren't asked and teachers weren't asked in the building about their experience of this. I think it's very important that we do that work. And we explored if we could do that work. I think there was a reason that maybe Andy could explain why we couldn't. I was asking that we could put surveys out to teachers and others to really get a clear understanding of that. Because I think understanding the experience of teachers and the experience of leadership councils is really critical. One of the reasons I opposed the merger and still have a lot of concerns around the merger isn't because of all the beautiful things we are together, which I really appreciate. It's because of realizing that the board, it can't know us anymore at Putney Central School. I loved that letter from the Dummerston teachers, thank you. But it feels like 10 people instead of 28 for 10 schools. It's a very different workload. These meetings are long. We won't hear from our principals maybe. So it's just a different experience to try to see a small group of people do the work of so many schools and the things that can fall through the cracks. And I don't mean to dishonor the hard work of everybody who makes it function and function in some really awesome ways. But I just want to say that I think we have to just keep recognizing that we need to be asking our teachers, we need to be asking our leadership councils about what's happening and how things are going in the schools, and continue to ask our administrators and our board, who I think many of us want to do that work. So it's trying to figure out legally how to do some of these things, which is often the reason we're told we can't do them. So I just want to put that out there that, yeah, I think we can keep figuring this out together.
Ellen?
Hi again. Something that adds increased urgency to the need for education, specifically for Dummerston voters, is an article that appeared in the Views of Dummerston this week. This article compelled me to writing a letter to the board, which I would like to share now. Dear school board members, I am a teacher at Dummerston School, and I've worked in this school district for 11 years. My partner also works for the district at Academy School, and we have 2 children at Dummerston School. I am wholeheartedly committed to this district. Last week, when I learned about Articles 14 and 15 on the upcoming Dummerston town ballot, I was shocked and concerned, and frankly overwhelmed. As I began to research the implications of outlying towns leaving the merged school district, my concern grew, as did my frustration. I felt frustrated, resentful even, that my commitment to my school district and my community meant that I was going to have to dedicate a significant amount of time to this issue, on top of the incredible demands of teaching this year. I needed to know more about the issues and to know what my colleagues were thinking, so we organized a conversation. The outcome of that conversation was that the letter that Molly Stoner read. That is an impressive list of Dummerston School staff that signed that letter, but that's not what this letter is about. This letter is about how I felt when I read school board member Thomas Nolan's article about Articles 14 and 15 in the Views of Dummerston. Reading how Mr. Nolan advocated for Dummerston residents to vote yes made me feel betrayed by someone who is supposed to represent me as a citizen, a mom, and a teacher. I felt like my task of educating people about the complex realities surrounding the potential consequences of this decision had suddenly gotten much more difficult. I felt like the task of informing people about the position of the Dummerston School staff members who signed that letter had suddenly become much more difficult. I don't have the same platform that Mr. Nolan has. These articles were added to the ballot so hastily with no input from the broader community, so I was not aware of their existence in time to write an article for the views of Dummerston. Now I will have to shout twice as loud to be heard over Mr. Nolan using his position on the board and insider knowledge as a school board member to advance his opinion about the vote. And there's no undoing that. The damage is done. More disturbing is the fact that Mr. Nolan's article is blatantly inaccurate. He writes of the possibility of Dummerston leaving the merged school district breezily, as if it is no big deal. He said, "While I urge a vote to dissolve, we will do fine with either outcome. Representing this as a decision with only mild consequences is false and irresponsible. The fact is that the potential consequences range from a pretty big deal to dire. For example, the School Board Communications Committee is currently estimating that leaving the merged school district will force the Dummerston tax rate to increase from 1.73% to 1.97%. I learned that at the Dummerston Leadership Council meeting this week. The intricacies of many of the possible consequences are difficult to explain, making this a difficult political sell. And yet, Mr. Nolan writes that the question of whether Dummerston should leave the merged district is one we can all debate free of worry. I started this letter by saying that I support the school district, and I do. I also support this board, but you need to do better. You need to do a better job engaging and representing your community, particularly the experts, teachers, administrators, and other staff in questions that relate to school policies. Right now, I am asking for you to find a way to mitigate the damage that Mr. Nolan's article has done. Normally, I would commit myself to rereading and revising this letter until it was just right, but I've already spent too much time on Articles 14 and 15 this week, and I need to wake up in 5.5 hours to take my kids skiing. So instead, I'm going to trust that you will be sympathetic to any errors or muddy sentences and hope that I've at least communicated clearly enough to help you understand the frustration that I am feeling and why Mr. Nolan's article was harmful. Thank you.
David, you're muted.
Regina?
Thanks, David. Recently, I emailed Secretary French at the AOE to try to understand how the statute even allowed for us as a forced merger district to withdraw from the school district. Andy was CC'd on the reply. The staff attorney for the AOE, she said that the reading of 16 VSA 724 supports a conclusion that a state board created union school district is prohibited from pursuing withdrawal dissolution. And she caveated that it was her opinion and that we should defer, of course, to other legal advice. So I want to know, has the school board looked into other legal advice to counter that conclusion? And have they reached out to any of the select boards that are going to put this on their ballot? Because it will probably fall to them if this ends up in litigation also.
We have had other legal opinions, and there are several others. I think the most relevant one is that the statute does not exist that addresses forced merge boards. The statute that does exist is for voluntary mergers. And because there is no statute and because there is no law, and because the current statute establishes the right of merged boards to withdraw, the argument is that the Equal Protection Clause of the US Constitution and the Common Benefits Clause of the Vermont Constitution both say that if a right is available to one group of citizens, it's available to another group of citizens in the same circumstance. And so those, it becomes a constitutional question because the statute is not written. And so that's the other side of the advice. And this will wind, if there are withdrawals and this is contested, it will wind up in a court case, and it will wind up all the way, I'm sure, being appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. It's not a simple thing. The statute doesn't exist.
David, where did that information come from? That wasn't consistent with what the board had received.
And yeah, well, lawyers, when you ask a lawyer for an opinion on a law, they give you their opinion. And that's
what did our lawyer say? What did our lawyer say?
I didn't talk to him. I don't know what he said. I'm not sure.
Andy, I thought I saw a message come in. Did our lawyer chime in on this? I had requested that we seek.
Michelle, the question was, have we had other opinions? And the answer is yes. And the question was, what was the opinion? And I shared that. If we want to go through if we want to ask Andy to share more opinions, we can do that, but we've already had that.
I would like to know what our lawyer said, because I had asked that so that we could represent this issue with transparency. And I wanted to know, because that was they were very clear that they are not offering legal advice. So I believe we did look and ask our lawyer to chime in. Can we hear that feedback, please?
Our lawyer concurred with Donna Russo Savage, the attorney for the Agency of Education, that forced merged districts do not have the ability to put forth this motion to dissolve, that the law does not allow them to do so because the statute particularly pertains just to voluntarily merged districts. That was the concurrence of that. He did indicate that districts could pursue litigation on this, but it would also be a very costly endeavor, and that would be one that would have to come out of the district-based budgets regarding that.
Bethany?
Well, my first question that Andy just answered was going to be, if this ends up going to court, now that we know that, who's going to be paying for it? So Andy just very succinctly said, yay, the taxpayers. So regardless, the taxpayers are going to end up with, a giant increase. Thank you so much for that. Second, I do have another question that I'll come back to a little later, but before that, I'm really concerned about Ellen's point that she just brought up about a board member after you guys just spent so long putting together this really carefully crafted. Okay, can you hear me now? Because my internet seemed like it was conking out. Can you hear me now?
It's better now.
Can you guys hear me now?
It's better now.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, my kids are getting the internet also. So my concern, hopefully can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. So my concern is that Ellen just raised a really big question, a really big issue that you guys just spent hours going over, making sure that you were being very careful to have a non-partial information thing to go out to voters. And there's a board member who posted an extremely opinionated letter about this, urging voters to vote in a direct way. And I want to know what's going to happen as a result of that. Like, what happens now for the board to correct that, and to the board member who did that, because I agree wholeheartedly that puts an extreme pressure on anybody who doesn't agree with this ballot to try to defend it, when essentially the board, through one of your members, just wholeheartedly endorsed this, which feels extremely inappropriate. So I really want to hear feedback on that instead of just glancing over it. That was a great letter, Ellen. Thank you.
The process under Robert's rules, which as a regulated entity of the state of Vermont, we are required to follow, is that a motion of censure has to be added to new business. It has to be seconded, and the board discusses it and then votes whether to censure the member. That's the process. So the board would have to ask for that to be added to the new business. Kelly?
I guess my concern is that I want to know the board members would take that serious.
We take it seriously. Kelly?
I just want to make it clear, we are not making any decision. We are giving this to the voters. Now, I do feel that it is our responsibility to make sure that they have accurate information, since we did, after having become aware of this potential change, I do feel responsible for making sure that they have accurate information. And I hope that what we have created, what was created by the Communication Council, and what we have gone through tonight, and hopefully we'll go through more, will provide accurate information, helpful information for the voters. But we're not making any decision. I want that clear. This is, we are not trying to make this decision. We're giving it to you, the voters. You, the voters, need to make this decision. And everyone should feel very welcome to share their opinion. If you have an opinion one way or the other, there's tons of social media, there's tons of other ways. Share your opinion. If you can convince people one way or the other, by all means, that is your right as a voter to take the information we have, that we provide, and any other information that is out there, and vote your conscience. And that's what I encourage you all to do.
We have one more hand, and I would like to, if possible, move back to vote on whether we will approve the 2-pager or not, so that we can get that out and distributed. And then if there are further comments, board members that need to go to bed, we don't need or people that want to go to bed can go to bed. I will stay here as long as people want to make comments and get it on the record. And we don't need a quorum to take public comments. So as long as people want to go on, we will go on. I now see 2 hands. So I'm going to call on those 2 people, and it's going to, I'd like to get this item passed. So Bethany.
Tammy was.
I think Tammy was first, so I'd like to let her go first because I saw her hand before me.
I don't see that hand up now. Peter Welch's hand is up, and where you're breaking up. Bethany.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tammy. Say something else, though. I'm not sure if it's you.
Sure. This is Tammy McNamara. I did have my hand up.
Yeah, I hear you well.
Thank you very much. We have a glitchy internet connection, as many of us do. I really just feel like I need to respond to that, because the board did make a decision. They made a decision for all of us when you chose to put this on the ballot in all of our towns without our input. And the education of the public for this vote is woefully inadequate. It is now 10:30 at night, and this is our only opportunity that we've had to discuss this. And we don't even have information that has been agreed upon. I know that's what you guys are working really hard on, and I appreciate that. But with absentee voting being very high with the pandemic, this is entirely inadequate. And a decision was made without any of our input. There was no petition process to put this on the ballot in all of our towns. And we're working against information that was sent out here in Dummerston that was in our town newsletter representing the board. And so we're working against that. And so I just need to say a decision was made by the board to put this on the ballot, and a decision was made to write that letter to the views of Dummerston. And so I don't agree that y'all are not making a decision.
Peter?
Hi there, Peter Welch of Guilford. I was wondering if we could add to the 2-pager a bullet point that came from Andy, saying that the legal advice was that this decision was illegal. Thank you.
Robin?
Yes, I just wanted to speak to what Peter just said, that I think that given the fact that we do have advice from our lawyer that says that because we were a forced merge district, we do not have the legal ability to withdraw, that statement from the lawyer should be on the information sheet so that people know that there's a possibility that the vote may not be binding in any way.
Alicia?
Now that a few people touched on that, actually, that was one of the positions I was going to touch on, because there's some confusion based around how this even made it to this step and formation. When you're talking about something that there's a question of the legality of it even being a possibility, and yet you picked apart word for word for hours a factual information sheet put together so that voters, as myself, this is the first, maybe second board meeting that I've attended. I attended it for other purposes as well, and have spent the entire time, all of the 5-minute breaks, all of the multiple bullet points that you changed verbiage, and you wanted different things added, and you wanted things taken out so that people would understand with clarity what was going on. And I have to say, as Peter Welch touched on, and as Robin was just saying, I think the real clarity comes that if you've had a lawyer for the school advise that what is being put on a ballot potentially has no legality other than the outcome being that possibly it even causes more financial strain. I guess I'm confused how that even managed to take its place on the ballot.
Mm-hmm. Bethany?
I'm gonna still do that. Everybody else just
I'm afraid
about that.
you're cutting out, Bethany. We can't understand you.
Oh my God. All right, let me try one more time. Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
It's pretty garbled. You can try it.
Okay. I'll pass my question to somebody else.
Sean?
You're muted, Sean.
I'm sorry. I would just like to say that what Peter Welch just mentioned, and Robin actually collaborated on the same idea, I think it's very important. And as a director, I feel as if it really should be included. So thank you.
Joanne?
I was just going to go to the legality also. And my question would be, did the communication committee know the answer to that question? Because I feel like if they did, they would have put it on that fact sheet. And I'm feeling like Sean, from what he just said, didn't know what the lawyer said. So I'm not feeling really good about this at all. I feel like if somebody wanted to break the merger, or a few people wanted to break the merger, and you're really trying hard to do that. So I really would like to know, did the communication people and the board members know about what the lawyer said, our lawyer said?
I can speak for the Communication Council. When I started reading the statute, I had the same exact question. It clearly states that a district has voted to form a unified union school district may vote to withdraw. And so I reached out to our superintendent and asked him if I was missing a dissolution that applied to us, or I'm sorry, a statute that applied to us, because that one just in the plain writing did not seem to. And the feedback I got at that point was that ultimately it would be up to the State Board of Education and it would be at their discretion. And that was the information I had. So I dove into all of this and was very careful to make sure that the information that we provided specifically stated subject to Vermont State Board of Education approval. We had just recently gotten a letter forwarded us from a parent in the community who had reached out to the Agency of Education. When I say recently, I mean a few days ago. And that was forwarded to us, where feedback from the attorney for the Agency of Education had chimed in with their feedback. Very clearly states that this is not our legal advice. You know, you should check with your own attorney. So I just did a general response and I said, I think we need to do this. And so we had just gotten information, which is why I asked that we speak of it, because I thought that was the plan. So that is the extent of my knowledge, and trying to ask smart questions and troubleshoot. I'm working on a sentence right now so that we can add it to the short form. And I will do my best to come up with some good language, and we could add it to that form and get it passed so we can start distributing information.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Hi, it's Emily again. Bethany, who was trying to speak but had spotty internet, has emailed me what she'd like to say. And she's made it clear that she'd like me to pause for a response as I ask the questions. So she wrote, and this is from looking back at board minutes, I believe. On January 5th, David stated that, quote, "This is a public request. It did not come from the board. Can you please tell us where this issue arose in our town?"
Actually, three board members asked me, and several members of the public asked me to put it on the board, on the agenda, which is what we did. And then the board voted to warn the articles, or to send them to the towns to warn it. And
Can you tell us who those people were?
No.
Okay.
And it's also, they did not ask me or give me permission to say that, so I can't. I will say that we also have a request now coming up in the near future to consider whether to continue to have school resource officers, which is also going to be extremely controversial. And I'm going to put that on the agenda as well, even though it's going to be controversial. I know people are going to be very unhappy that we're talking about it, and people are going to very much want us to talk about it. But that's what I do. And if people make a reasonable request to put something on our agenda, I accept it. I don't censor people. I don't refuse to have the board hear things that the public is concerned about, which is why we're here at 10:39 on a Tuesday night, still talking about this. And I'm not going to change that practice. It was a reasonable request. It was a school-related item, and I included it on the agenda, and that's fine. And I will continue to do that.
And those communications aren't shared publicly with names or information?
Not unless people want them shared.
Okay, so to continue, she writes, to be clear, the WSESD board brought these questions to the ballot. On December 2nd, the chair had not heard of anyone asking to dissolve and said if they do, they would need to petition. On December 16th, discussion of this topic was refused because the meeting was too long. On January 5th, without explaining specifically where the request came from, the board voted to move forward with directly putting this on the ballot. And David stated that, quote, "This isn't the only way. This is a relatively easy way compared to getting a bunch of signatures," end quote. The board spent an entire month avoiding this topic and then created an impossible timeline to educate voters or themselves, as tonight's meeting has shown. Can you please explain how the board is justified in choosing to bypass the ballot petitioning process on something this deeply impactful?
Yeah, the board is given the right by the state to warn items. If the public wants something warned, they can petition. I think what actually happened in that month is that we were trying to not bring this to a vote, trying not to warn it, but there was sufficient public and board concern to have it, and sufficient evidence that it was something that would not be possible to do in the future. And the fact that the towns had voted overwhelmingly 2 years before to not merge, as I said earlier, in reading a letter from the board, we felt compelled to give the voters another chance to express their opinions. And that's what we decided to do. That's what we're doing, and that's what you're doing right now. So we were successful. Liz?
Yeah, I would like to point out to the public that I emailed the attorney at the Agency of Education on Friday and asked her questions. And in her responses to me, not once did this attorney say, you can't do that, because I was asking about transitional boards and how you would go about stuff. And she pointed out to me that there's no statute in place to have a transitional board going from this merged district into a town-based school district. And then she told me about how you go about electing the board and some things that that board could do. So I just want to point out to the public, this is not, that specific statute does address voluntarily merged districts. But on the other hand, there is no statute because nobody thought about somebody in a forced merger, contemplating letting a town pull out of the merger. So it's not as cut and dry as people want to do, and people are getting mad about. It's just not that. It's just not that cut and dry. You know, I got the steps from her about what a school board could do if you pulled out of a merger. She knows me from a few years ago, and she if she really thought that there was no chance, my guess is she would have said, Liz, you can't do it. So just, I'm not even going to bother with this. But yet she emailed me on Saturday and on Sunday. So I understand people being upset, but if there isn't anything there, it's up to the state board. It's not up to the statute. It's up to the state board. And they may well say, forget it. You're not, even supposing that this passes, people are making a lot of assumptions here that I don't think you can make. I was totally opposed to merger, and I've been really conflicted because I've been on this board and I see all the work we do, and we've had the teachers back through this whole pandemic. We have backed our teachers 2,000% above and beyond what most boards would ever consider doing. In fact, we declared a state of emergency so that they could apply for leaves. But I don't hear anything about the good work this board has done. So, people need to stop and think before they go on the attack. And the other thing is that supposing a town does vote to leave the merged district, they wouldn't be able to do so, not for at least a year. So that this is something would happen on July 1st. And I think that point has not been covered at all. Thanks, David.
Alicia?
I think there were a couple good points made there with Liz expressing, I think that everybody can agree that there's some really great supports that are offered. And I think even the Dummerston reading of the teachers, made reference to some of that. And it also referenced what our kids are provided by some of this unification. The kids are provided other opportunities, as well as, there's arguably some benefits, financially with not paying the tuitions. There's, but I guess my other question, not knowing how certain things work. Is there anything barring that? I heard Kelly say, you know, that this is like empowering voters, like it's put on the ballot. It's here so that we can take this in our hands and we can get the information out to people and we can do, is there anything that bars that on the ballot that we get to vote if we would like this included by like an Australian ballot or something separate as a further portion out date wise, so that we're not making these, you know, informational meetings at this late at night and with little impact of everyone not having a fresh face with this either. To try to actually, I mean, can that even happen? I guess my question to really simplify it is, does anything bar a ballot vote being, do you want this question about the disillusionment on a future Australian ballot or future, you know, like once the information could be a little bit more out there.
I think it's always possible to revote an item, a warrant item. But I think it's on the ballot now, and the ballots are out, and people are going to vote on it. You can certainly challenge the vote and have a revote. I'm not sure it's going to be necessary, but if you didn't like the results, you could certainly do that. Robin?
Thanks, David. I just wanted to say, you know, Liz, to your comment, I don't think anybody in this meeting is talking about that the school district is not doing good things. Okay, this is just about this specific issue of putting things on the ballot, but no one would sing the praises of this school district louder than me. I am so stunned at how we have provided and protected our students and done our best to protect teachers during this pandemic, fed all the children of all these towns, and all of the really great stuff that this board has been doing. I think that this ballot issue is really coming at a terrible time, that it's taking the board's attention away from that other great stuff that they have been doing and should be doing. And I just wanted to speak to the language about this legal piece of it, that you could write something like, there may not, because this was a forced merge district, there may not be legal standing for the towns to voluntarily withdraw. If any town, and if any body chose to litigate that, it would be at cost to the school district. And I think that information should be in there for voters. We can put may as the language because of what you're saying, but I don't think it should be something that we just pretend like isn't there.
I have a sentence I just worked on, Robin.
Michelle, can I compete to people as they raise their hands, please? Jamie?
I'm fading fast, so before I depart, I wanted to just ask what our process is to approve the 2 press releases that I wrote to get out to the media tomorrow, because it's the Commons deadline. So one of them was telling folks how, when, and where to do the school budget vote and the information sessions. And then the other one, which I think needs an action by the board before I can send it out with Barb tomorrow from Central Office, is whether or not we inform the public about the different ways they can learn more about the withdrawal vote and how to vote.
I think if you check your email, I wrote back that the one about our budget vote can go out
Yes.
right away. And the other one, we need to, I have to ask Andy for an opinion on whether we can legally do that.
Okay.
We just don't have an answer.
Okay. So I could send it out as soon as we got a legal opinion back from Andy.
I believe so. Already
Okay,
net neutral.
because my hope too was that we would, I know we had some really good recommendations out of the Communications Council that Michelle was going to present for distribution of the materials and then where they could be put on the website. And that was part of that press release. So I just don't want to lose those pieces in our discussion tonight.
Okay. Michelle?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Yep. So I wrote a sentence that, given all of the feedback and talking to Robin, who's on the Communication Council, I'd like to motion to put this, to make this addition and for the board to pass the 2-page document tonight. The addition would read: Vermont State Statute 16 VSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from that district. The WSESD is a state-formed district and may not be eligible for withdrawal.
Kelly?
So as I listened to Robin and now just to Michelle, as I was listening to Robin, one word actually came to mind as she was talking about the statute may not apply, and the word precedent came to me. And I don't want to speak for Robin, but I'm hopeful that she won't think I'm trying to misrepresent what she was thinking. But it sounds to me that maybe, and especially now that Michelle has come up with that, what she would like to propose as an addition, we could certainly say that there is no current precedent for our situation. I mean, it could be wordsmithed in some way, but I believe that because there's nothing that supports, but there's nothing that prohibits. So I think there's no precedent that would apply to our current situation. So that's what I would.
I made a motion. I don't know how that was missed. I motion that we add this to our 2-page document and approve it for distribution.
We're in public comment right now, so motion is not in order. And I didn't hear you say a motion, but we're still in public comment. And I see Sean has his hand up. We are at almost 11 o'clock. If we want to be able to approve this document and get it out, we're going to have to do it soon, because I don't think that I can justify keeping our employees up any longer. If we're close to being able to make the motion, we can have another meeting and people can continue to make comments. But I think we need to get back into the business part of the meeting and finish our work getting this document settled. So if Sean, if you could be brief so we can get back.
I was going to second Michelle's, what I understood as a motion. I thought it was well crafted. I thought it addressed the concerns of the individuals that are here. And I would like to see it included. Thank you.
So I'm seeing no more hands, which tells me that we can go back. We don't have more people to hear from. So we have a motion to add a bullet. Is that what this is? Add a bullet. Okay, and would you read it again?
The short statement, the short flyer will include: Vermont Statute 16 VSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from the district. The WSESD is a state-formed district and may not be eligible for withdrawal.
Moved and seconded. Is there any? We're back now to Wendy needs. I think is going to need that articulated again. Wendy, is that what your hand is up?
She's given the thumbs up.
Yeah, sorry, David. Sometimes with the Zoom format, it's hard to find myself so I can unmute myself. Yeah, if Michelle can email me that language, then I can get that into the minutes, please.
Certainly, thank you. Great. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Anne?
Is Kelly's edit being considered in this motion?
Kelly's?
She suggested using the word precedent in this statement at some point. I just want to be clear.
We could put it on, and then this was the language that I'm providing. I wasn't considering. I feel like it's very clear. I'm not sure where. This is my own voice.
So I don't think it is. I think the answer is it's
I
not.
don't see a place for that wording, but.
Can I make a motion to amend it?
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, you can, absolutely.
So I make a motion to amend it to indicate that that there is no precedent for our current situation, and maybe someone else has a better wording for that.
Okay, so I have to think a minute about a motion to amend. Does need a second. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'm sorry. We need to make sure the statement is a factual, though. I'm not clear. I'm not even hearing the full sentence. I would need Kelly to wrap it all into one thing. I'm not hearing anything.
We'll go over it once it's seconded. Liz apparently is. Was that you, Liz?
Yeah.
Okay, so Kelly, would you say again what the sentence is?
Well, can I have Michelle read the second sentence?
Yes.
The second part is the WSESD is a state form district and may not be eligible for withdrawal.
As there is currently no precedent in this matter.
So we would have to write
sorry.
So I think a full sentence would be, there's no law that applies to state forced schools is more I'm reading a text, is more accurate precedent. That would be,
Right,
that's really what it is. That's what we're talking about. There is no law that applies to state. I think I'm misreading something that someone's trying to help me out with, but
Michelle, the statute you quoted doesn't apply to us. So you might as well take that out.
That's what we're trying to tell people is. That's literally what we're trying to tell people is that this is what we may not qualify for this. I'm not getting the precedent part. I guess I'm not understanding what the point of that language is added into this.
Let's go back to what Kelly said and what's in the amendment, and we'll deal with the amendment.
There's currently no precedent for our current situation.
So there's no precedent for our current situation, or there's currently no precedent for our situation. Something to that effect. Okay.
And if someone else can wordsmith it better than that, I mean, I'm happy to have them do it.
And you would like to amend Michelle?
No, shut up.
You would like to amend Michelle's motion to include that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Tim?
I just see Michelle's language is just too nebulous. At this point, we worked hard on getting a 2-page document that is factual, that allows voters to make a more informed decision. This lawyers say yes, they say no. It's just too up in the air. I would vote against it.
Okay. Other board comments? This is board business now. We won't be taking public comment on this. Other comments from the board? Hearing none, we're voting on I see Sean's hand just went up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes on this. I think it's been clearly demonstrated by the public that they would like this included in the informational packet. And I think in order to honor the will of the public, that it's very important to include this. Thank you.
To be clear, we're going to be voting on Kelly's motion to add the sentence regarding precedent to Michelle's motion.
Kelly, can you say one more time so I could type it up?
There is currently no precedent to address our situation. Okay.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, we'll try a voice vote, see if we are unanimous. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
David, could you read the whole thing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. No, we're reading the amendment to Michelle's, which is what Kelly said, which is there is currently no precedent for our situation, for the WSESD's.
David,
Yeah.
can we say there's currently no precedent to address, and then the dissolution of forced merged school districts?
Okay, so now it's the,
Does that sound better?
yeah, and are you, Liz, will you second that?
Wait, we have to use the right language. First of all, it's called a state formed. Like I feel like we've worked really hard to use the right language in all these forms. So I don't want to, like, I'd like to pause and think about this and make sure it's presented correctly, because this is a very important, and we're representing something that's legal. I mean, I don't know, I would almost want to review what our lawyer specifically said to us, but I don't want to just throw out words that don't make sense and aren't cohesive in a sentence, and then we're bound to that because we voted for it. So I'd like for us to pause and pick, we've put enough time into this, we can do this one right. So
Well,
I'm trying to write down what you're saying to help. If you can say it again, but I just want to clean it up so that it's correct. And like in the way that it's formed in language, it's, you know, when you read it, that it's understandable. I know it's hard to write something in speaking. I get it. So if you could say it again, and I'm sitting here trying to work on it. The WSESD is a state formed district and may not be eligible for withdraw. State formed, give me your thought a little bit and I'll try to make it like smooth. State formed districts.
There's currently no precedent for the
no precedent for
to address the dissolution of state formed school districts.
To address the, very good, dissolution of state formed school district. Perfect. See, we just had to think together. So as it reads, Vermont statute 16 VSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from that district. The WSESD is a state formed district and may not be eligible for withdrawal. There is currently no precedent to address the dissolution of state formed school districts. Got it? We did good?
Well, I don't like the very beginning part where you say this may not be eligible, because the fact that there is no precedent says that, I mean, it says there's no precedent one way or the other. So I don't agree with having the may not be eligible in there.
Well, the state statute shouldn't be in there. It doesn't apply to us.
Okay, folks, listen, we need to come back into order. I'm trying to let the conversation go and try and get things resolved, but we're going to have to go back to parliamentary procedure. Are there any, Kelly wants to amend the motion with the sentence, there is currently no precedent to address dissolution of state formed school districts. Discussion on that. Only on that. Seeing none.
Are you guys using precedent as a legal term? Sorry to jump in, but you guys
don't jump in. Please don't jump in. We're trying to resolve this and it's really disruptive. Please do not jump in. The motion is it's an amend the motion. There is currently no precedent to address dissolution of state formed school districts. Those in favor of adding that sentence, amending the motion to include that sentence, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, then we need to do a voice vote.
David, I abstain because of the statute.
Okay, we'll get to that, Liz, when we do the voice vote. I'll record your abstention. So we'll go the other way. We'll start with Brattleboro. Jackie?
Aye.
Emily?
Nay.
Tim?
Nay.
Thomas?
Yes.
Michelle,
No.
who else do we have here? Oh, Liz,
Abstain.
Anne,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye. Oh, wait a minute. Oh,
and Kelly.
Aye.
3, 4, 5.
David, I said the wrong word. It's so late. I meant to say nay.
You don't want to amend. Okay.
That is right. That is correct. Thank you for,
So 1, 2, 3.
thank you for taking my tiredness into consideration.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 yays. We need at least 5 with 1 abstention, and we do not. So the amendment is not passed. So now back to Michelle's motion that we include the bullet.
I would like to amend my own words. I think I found better language. So to meet Kelly there. I hear her point. So instead of saying and may not be eligible, we can say the WSESD is a state formed district and no law applies to their withdrawal.
Who second? Sean, is that acceptable?
Or we can leave it as I wrote it.
Is that change acceptable, Sean? The mover and the seconder have to agree to the
Yes, I understand that. Would you mind reading it the way it
Yeah,
originally was?
I'm trying to touch in with what Kelly was saying. I was fine with the way I wrote it, but so the second sentence would read, the WSESD is a state formed district and no law applies to their withdrawal.
And could you read the original motion?
And the original was the WSESD is a state formed district and may not be eligible for withdrawal.
I would prefer to stay with, so I do not remove my second. I would prefer to stay with Michelle's first.
That's fine.
Oh, so we're stuck. We're going to stay where we are.
Yeah.
Okay. So will you read that again, please, Michelle?
Yes, sir. Vermont statute 16 VSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from that district. The WSESD is a state formed district and may not be eligible for withdrawal. And I think that would be appropriate to keep under the voter information section.
David,
Yes.
I move to amend the last part to what Michelle just had it.
Oh, you don't have, well, wait a minute. You've lost me now. Michelle just read her motion. Your original amendment was defeated, so it's not in place. So what we're going to vote, what we're discussing now and we'll vote on is the motion that Michelle made initially that she wanted to change, that Sean did not agree to the change. So we can't change it without the person seconding it, changing it. So we are at Michelle's motion, and are you asking to amend it? Are you moving to amend it again?
Yes, I am, to what Michelle just changed it, suggested.
You want to change? Oh, I see. Okay.
To the no law one? Is that what you're saying, Kelly?
I can't, let me think for a second, please. We have a motion. There's a motion to amend it. Yes, you can. We need a second. Well, first, Michelle, can you read the motion that you just suggested as an amendment that Sean didn't want to support?
Yes.
So we know what Kelly is asking for.
Vermont State Statute 16 VSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from that district. The WSESD is a state formed district and no law applies to their withdrawal.
Is that what you have in mind, Kelly?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I second it.
I think she's amending your motion, so you can't really.
I can't vote. Okay, that's fine.
I don't think so. Maybe you can, but I think we can probably find somebody else.
I'll
Who is it? Somebody just said yes. They seconded. Sean. Okay, that's a full circle.
I want to go to bed.
So it's only midnight. No, it's not. It's only 11. So Wendy needs some help with that, I believe.
Yeah, I need a lot of help. I'm definitely gonna need whoever can do this, whether it's Michelle or Kelly. I need stuff in writing and I need it emailed to me, please. It's late and I'm doing the best I can and I really want to get this right.
I have it down. I'll get it to you. I have
Wonderful.
this.
Thank you so much.
All written out. Yep.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so we have a motion. It has been seconded, a motion to amend. It's been seconded. I believe that we understand the context of it. Is there any further discussion? Okay, voting on the second amendment to the initial additional bullet. We'll try again for a voice vote, see if we can be unanimous, and if not, we'll do a call vote. All those in favor of amending the original motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we have unanimously accepted the amendment. So now we have the motion. And I will ask Michelle to read it one more time so we know exactly what we're voting on.
We will be include of this one. Didn't we just vote on this one?
We voted to accept the amendment to your motion. Now, now it's this.
Okay. So I am motioning to add this. Can I add in approval of it, or that's got to be separate?
No.
Okay. I motion.
You're reading it.
Sure, I
If
motion.
you want to change it, you got to get the seconder to it.
Vermont statute 16 PSA 724 allows towns that have voted to form a unified district to vote to withdraw from that district. The WSESD is a state formed district and no law applies to their withdrawal.
That is the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
We need a second.
Aye.
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 We need a second, don't we?
We had, no, the motion was already seconded and then it was amended. So
I'm
now
sorry.
we're reading the original motion.
Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is accepted unanimously.
I'd like to motion that we approve the short document for distribution.
Is there a second?
Second, this is Ann.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we approve the short document, the 2-pager for distribution. Any discussion? Oh, as amended, sorry. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll try again for a voice vote. All those in favor, please indicate your approval of the 2-pager for distribution by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Please say nay. None opposed. So at 11:14, motion was passed.
I'd like to motion that we have a special meeting immediately as soon as the board could form a quorum to begin the process of approving the long form.
Seconded, Jackie.
Discussion.
I have a question from Christina earlier. I don't think we have enough time to warn it for tomorrow.
We absolutely don't. I'll get to that, Ann. Thank you. I also need to point out while everybody is attentive that we don't have a chat in these meetings because public meetings require that everything that is said and communicated to the board and to the public in the meetings is said out loud. So communications through text or through emails or through phone calls or anything else are illegal participation in an open meeting, and we can't do it. I know that's not really explicitly stated anywhere. Doesn't seem like it should be a problem, but it is a problem. So please, if you are getting emails from people or you're getting texts from people offering suggestions or basically testifying and trying to influence this meeting, that's an illegal activity. So we can't do that. So please don't do it from now on.
David, does that apply when they're in the meeting? If it's a communication council, they were just recording?
Absolutely, it applies to everything. It's an electronic communication.
Really good.
It's not an open meeting. Okay, we have 3 questions now. I'm going to say something about scheduling a meeting, and one is that if it's an emergency, which means a building blew up, we can schedule a meeting without warning it. if it's a special meeting, which I think this would qualify as, we can warn it with 24 hours, which means Thursday is the earliest. So what I'd like to do is get a raise. I've got 3 hands to speak up, and what I'd like you to do is put your speaking hands down, please, just for a minute. You can put them right back up and speak. And first, I'm going to, oh, Wendy, you are on mute. I'm going to ask Wendy to go ahead and speak, and then I'll finish.
I can jump in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about what you said about, sorry, I'm a little foggy, about people having to testify in person. Does that mean you want me to strike from the minutes everything that Emily Marker shared for Bethany, who couldn't be there?
No, that was publicly presented. It wasn't her, but it was publicly presented.
So that can stay?
Yeah, that came into the open meeting. It's the things.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, because it was unclear whether that could stay in or not. So thank you for clarifying.
Good clarification. So what I want to do is ask people to raise their hand, the one that they would use if they wanted to be recognized, to raise their hand if they are available tomorrow evening. Let me just check and make sure that I am.
Do you mean Thursday?
Run the meeting. Just give me a minute, please. It's hard to do this and talk to. Thursday, Vermont schools funding. Oh.
Can I jump in here, David?
Just a minute, Sean, please. I wanted to determine whether I can be here, because if not, I have to be sure that Ann can be here. And tomorrow's Wednesday, right? So the earliest we could meet would be Thursday at 6 p.m. So again, ask people to please raise your hand if you are available 6 p.m. Thursday to meet.
Let me just say something though, David.
Okay.
Guilford pre-town meeting is Thursday at 7 o'clock.
So, okay, so that's not going to work.
It will not work.
Well, you're not available. What I heard somebody say is if we can get a quorum, we should meet. If you would like to say that you don't believe that that's fair and we need to all be here, which I firmly believe, but I don't get to decide that.
I would agree with you, David. I think it would be too bad. I have to go to pre-town meeting. And a lot of people in Guilford will that are here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Can we call for an emergency meeting?
Let's try Friday at 6 p.m.
Can we call for an emergency meeting since voters are already voting?
No, it has to be like a real emergency. So again, are the hands up?
Can we try earlier on Thursday? I mean, does it have to be at 6 o'clock? Can we try earlier in the day?
People work.
Okay, I mean, we could ask.
The reason our board meetings are at 6 is because a lot of people work until 6.
I understand that.
Okay. I see, I'm not sure what to make of the 7 hands that are up. Are you up now? Are these people, are you saying now that you're available Friday at 6?
I could be.
Okay, so I'm seeing Michelle, Jackie, Thomas, Tim, Ann, and Liz and Kelly are available Friday. Sean, you are not available Friday?
What time is it again? I'm sorry.
Okay.
What time on Friday?
8. That's 8. Who else?
I'm not available.
Oh, Emily is not available Friday. Okay, so we would have 9 on Friday.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Is this something that you want me to take minutes for, this Friday meeting?
If you're available, but if you're not.
am.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll take my hand down. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, I will see, okay, you can put your hands down. Thank you, because now I won't know if you want to speak. I will ask Barb and check with Andy, obviously, to see if we can meet on Friday at 6 p.m.
There's
I will get back to. Oh, Andy's still here. Sorry.
there's a powder day warning on Friday. So
Well, I'm sorry, Andy, I was speaking when you were, go ahead.
There's a powder day warning on Friday, so
Oh, you'll be ski, well, you can come on, you can be on phone on the chairlift.
I have one more consideration.
Are you available, Andy?
yeah, I'm available.
Okay, so we will ask Barb to warn a meeting for 6 p.m. Friday.
I have another one consideration. I realize we're not going to get to all of the recommendations by the Communication Council and our efforts to distribute. I think most of them are within our privilege, but I would like to motion that the board holds an information session and question and answer session for the public on Tuesday, the 23rd.
We have an information session for our own budget on Tuesday, the 23rd.
Okay, Monday, the 22nd.
And we need to find out first from the attorney whether we can legally do that.
I think we already got that feedback at the last meeting that it is within our rights. Andy, could you respond to that?
Did you get that feedback, Andy?
I emailed Pietro about that, and Vernon has their budget meeting on Monday.
But no, the question about whether we can hold, as these are not our articles, can we hold an informational session about?
I have not heard back from Pietro on that. I did email him tonight as soon as I got the email.
Thank you. So we'll wait on that.
I just want to I know this is the busy time. I just want to know Dummerston has their information Wednesday, and their select board had specified that they had hoped that the board was planning on hosting one as they had assumed. And also that the Brattleboro select board is not hosting any information session at all before the vote because theirs is after. So those voters will have absolutely no information until or unless this paperwork goes out, and they'll have less than a week for distribution and to reach. But the Brattleboro also said during a select board meeting that the board would be representing this issue. And so, we're in a jam. We got to do something. we have select boards announcing to the public that we'll be doing this and other select boards asking us to. And I don't know how we want to handle it. I just think that it's this one way or another, this was put forward by the board. They're owning it. Select boards are owning it with us. Tim Wessel, the chair of the select board in Brattleboro, stated that they warned it for the school and that these were our articles, and that's why we would be providing information.
Jackie?
I wanted to ask if it would be okay to ask Michelle to send out the 6-pager to all of us so we could review it ahead of time and maybe expedite the process on Friday. And then the other question, and this might be totally crazy, but is it at all appropriate? Does it ever happen to do a meeting on a weekend? Possibly a information session then when people are not scheduled for other things?
It's possible if we have a quorum. Everything is possible if we have a quorum. I'll send the 6-pager out right after this meeting. And it is still confidential. It is not public information until it's on the table. So please do not share it. Jamie. Oh, wait. We're out. Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
I just wanted to suggest what Jackie had said, that I think Sunday afternoon to address things is a great time for an informational session from the district on the withdrawal.
Thank you. Ruby?
David, could I just suggest that I can make some changes to the draft that would reflect what you've made, decisions you've made today before you send it out, but I can get that to you before tomorrow morning.
The 2-page one?
So some of the language in the 2-page one is related to language in the 6-page. And so
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That would be great. And you have the 2-pager with the edits, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I was going to type these up myself, but it'd be a lot smarter if you sent it to me.
Yep.
Okay, so I will get that to Barb, and she'll take it from there.
Do we need a motion to take up having an information meeting this Sunday, the 21st, at what would be a good time? I'm open to feedback.
I'm not sure
or Saturday, but I think Sunday afternoon makes sense to me for people. Most people don't want to tie up their Saturday, but Sunday at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
I don't think, we can make a motion, but it doesn't mean.
Can we just approve it and make it happen? Pending approval from our lawyer?
We can make a motion, but we can't guarantee that we'll have a quorum. So it doesn't really make any sense. We can't force people.
An information meeting need to have a quorum?
To have a meeting?
If it's, no, an informational meeting, question answer session with the public, can we just, do we even need to have a quorum? Could we be available? I know that our lawyer had recommended that no single board member represent this issue, but if we had multiple board members, I would be more than happy to facilitate and go through, whatever, go through just what's on the documents that we've approved, because I'll assume the longer one is approved by then. If it's not a board meeting, we wouldn't need a quorum. It could just be sponsored or.
First, we're going to find out if we can legally hold an informational meeting. Then I will see if when people are available to have a meeting to decide whether to do it or not. So that's how we're going to do it. I'm going to call on Maggie Foley, and then I'm going to ask that we adjourn.
Thanks,
Maggie,
David.
go ahead, please.
Thanks. Is it okay if I speak with everyone?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that this entire vote was put on the ballot of 4 different towns without legal advice happening before you made the motion and approved it at the board meeting. So I would think that we should be able to do the same thing about a public information session about the vote.
Thank you. Jamie?
I just wanted to point out that if we do have an informational session, it will be critical to include in the press release that we're requesting that Andy get legal advice on if we can send the press release out about the info session. So I had gathered up each town's info session information and put it in a press release about the withdrawal vote, and it's pending until we get that advice. But I would like to be able to include our own informational session in that press release.
So I think Andy heard that. So
there is one more. We have the slides for social media that they had slight editing. We can address the slight editing that was done on one of them. It's all language that's already been approved on the short form, and I think that we should.
No, we're sending out the 2-pager that we approved. Nothing else.
Right.
Nothing goes out unapproved. Nothing goes out unapproved.
Can we approve it?
No.
And all board members.
We're not going to take any more time tonight looking at slides and approving things. We're going to adjourn. We will meet again.
I'm going to
Friday.
withdraw those from Communication Council. I just want to say that the Communication Council will withdraw those slides, and they'll become private property.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's the best way.
And
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is that Kelly?
Yes.
Okay, moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? We are adjourned at 11:28.